Emotions influence every choice you make and shape the quality of your life. Learning to recognize, understand, and manage them gives you control over how you respond to challenges, stress, and relationships. Many people struggle because they react without thinking or ignore their feelings until they explode. This book will guide you step by step to understand your emotions, respond thoughtfully instead of impulsively, and turn emotional energy into something productive. You will learn practical ways to reduce stress, handle difficult situations calmly, and build stronger connections with the people around you. By the end, you will know how to strengthen your emotional resilience, make better decisions, and create a life where your feelings work for you instead of against you. Every chapter offers actionable advice you can apply immediately, helping you grow, improve daily, and build lasting habits for emotional mastery. If you want to feel more confident, calm, and in control, this guide will show you exactly how to do it. Chapter 1. Recognize your emotions and understand their source clearly. Emotions are a constant undercurrent in life, shaping every decision, every interaction, and every moment of self-reflection. They are not something separate from us. They are deeply intertwined with who we are, influencing our actions, perceptions, and the quality of our experiences. Understanding emotions begins with the recognition that they are not inherently good or bad. Emotions are signals, messages from your inner self, pointing toward unmet needs, unresolved conflicts, or areas requiring attention. They are indicators, not directives. When approached thoughtfully, emotions can guide personal growth, sharpen awareness, and strengthen resilience. The first step toward mastering emotions is to recognize them accurately and to understand where they come from. This is the foundation upon which every other aspect of emotional mastery is built. Recognizing emotions begins with awareness. Most people move through life reacting to feelings without pausing to identify what they are experiencing. Anger surfaces and words fly. Sadness arrives and the day feels ruined. Anxiety creeps in and decisions are made in panic. This automatic response pattern is often the source of regret, conflict, and stagnation. True emotional mastery requires slowing down and observing. Start by noticing your physical responses when an emotion arises. Anger may tighten your chest or clench your jaw. Anxiety may accelerate your heartbeat or cause restless thoughts. Sadness may make your body feel heavy or numb. These physical signals are the body's way of communicating emotions before the mind fully registers them. By paying attention to the body, you gain early awareness and a crucial window to respond intentionally rather than react impulsively. Once you notice the physical signs, label the emotion accurately. Most people describe their feelings in broad or vague terms. I feel bad, I am upset, or I feel stressed. These labels are too general to provide actionable insight. Take the time to be specific. Instead of "I am angry," consider whether it is frustration, resentment, irritation, or rage. Instead of "I feel sad," ask if it is disappointment, grief, loneliness, or regret. Naming emotions precisely creates clarity and separates the experience from identity. You are not your anger, sadness, or fear. You are the observer who notices it. This distinction allows you to approach emotions with curiosity and strategy instead of being swept away by them. Understanding the source of an emotion is the next essential step. Every emotion has a root cause, often tied to expectations, desires, beliefs, or experiences. Anger might stem from a perceived injustice or a boundary being crossed. Anxiety may arise from fear of uncertainty or loss of control. Sadness could reflect unmet needs or disconnection from what is meaningful. To uncover the source, ask probing questions. What exactly triggered this feeling? Is it tied to a current event, a memory, or a recurring pattern? What belief or expectation is being challenged? This process requires honesty and self-reflection, and it may reveal truths that are uncomfortable but essential for growth. Many people overlook the influence of long-standing habits and past experiences on current emotions. Childhood experiences, social conditioning, and repeated life patterns can create automatic emotional responses that appear irrational or overwhelming. Recognizing these patterns is crucial. Journaling is a practical tool for this purpose. Record emotional episodes in detail, noting triggers, thoughts, physical sensations, and responses. Over time, patterns emerge, showing recurring themes and hidden sources. This practice builds self-awareness and provides a roadmap for intervention. When the source is understood, the emotion loses some of its power to control behavior, allowing conscious choice to replace automatic reaction. Emotional recognition also involves distinguishing between primary and secondary emotions. Primary emotions are instinctual responses to situations: anger, fear, sadness, joy, surprise. Secondary emotions are reactions layered on top, often shaped by thoughts about the primary emotion: shame about feeling fear, guilt about feeling anger, or anxiety about sadness. Identifying these layers provides depth to understanding emotional experiences and prevents misinterpretation. When you react to secondary emotions as if they are primary, the response is often exaggerated and misaligned with reality. By peeling back these layers, you see the true origin and can respond more effectively. Practical exercises reinforce recognition and understanding. Begin each day with a brief check-in. Pause and identify how you feel physically and mentally. Label each emotion clearly. Ask yourself why you feel this way, considering both immediate events and underlying patterns. Throughout the day, practice micro-pauses. When an intense emotion arises, stop for a moment and notice the physical cues. Label the feeling and identify the source. This habit rewires the brain to respond consciously rather than react automatically, which strengthens emotional control and clarity over time. Reflection is another critical tool. At the end of each day, review moments when emotions were strong. Ask what triggered them, how they were expressed, and what the underlying source was. Did reactions align with your values and goals? Could the emotion have been approached differently for a better outcome? Reflection turns raw experience into learning, creating a feedback loop that strengthens emotional intelligence and personal growth. It is important to accept that emotions themselves are not problems. Struggling against an emotion often amplifies its intensity. Resistance creates tension, frustration, and internal conflict. Acceptance, on the other hand, allows observation without judgment. Acknowledging that you feel anger or sadness or fear does not mean you are weak or failing. It means you are conscious, aware, and capable of responding thoughtfully. This acceptance builds resilience, reduces emotional escalation, and creates a platform for practical action. Understanding the source of emotions also involves evaluating beliefs and expectations. Many emotional responses are tied to assumptions about how life should be. Anger may arise when reality conflicts with expectations. Disappointment emerges when outcomes do not match desires. Fear often reflects a belief in lack of control or vulnerability. By examining and adjusting beliefs, emotional intensity can be reduced. Are your expectations realistic? Are your fears grounded in evidence or imagination? This analysis strengthens mental clarity and supports a balanced emotional state. Emotional mastery also requires honesty about responsibility. Emotions may be triggered by external events, but how you respond is always within your control. Blaming others for how you feel grants them power over your inner life. Recognizing the source of emotions includes acknowledging your role in interpreting and reacting to events. This does not mean denying feelings, but accepting that action, choice, and response are yours to manage. Responsibility empowers you and reduces reactive cycles that drain energy and focus. Daily practice of mindfulness enhances recognition and understanding. Mindfulness is the intentional observation of thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment. Regular mindfulness exercises strengthen the ability to notice emotions as they arise, identify triggers, and understand underlying causes. Even short periods of focused breathing and observation create neural pathways that support emotional regulation. Over time, mindfulness transforms the relationship with emotions from reactive to intentional, fostering calm, clarity, and resilience. Another powerful practice is asking reflective questions during emotional episodes. Instead of acting on instinct, pause and ask, "What am I feeling? Why am I feeling this? Is this feeling proportional to the situation? What do I need to do right now to respond wisely?" These questions shift focus from emotion to action, creating a sense of control and intentionality. They are not theoretical exercises, they are tools for real-world situations, helping to prevent impulsive decisions that often lead to regret. Real-world application is essential. Emotional recognition is not an abstract skill, but one that must be integrated into daily life. In conversations, notice when irritation or defensiveness arises. Instead of reacting, pause, label the feeling, and consider the source. In work settings, when stress or frustration builds, step back, identify triggers, and decide on a constructive response. In personal relationships, notice patterns of fear, jealousy, or resentment. Understanding these emotions and their origins allows communication that is clear, compassionate, and effective. Developing the habit of self-inquiry is a cornerstone of emotional mastery. Ask consistently, "What am I feeling right now? Why is this emotion here? Does it reflect a need, value, or expectation? What actions will honor my goals and integrity?" Over time, this habit builds insight, self-trust, and resilience. Emotional recognition becomes automatic, intuitive, and deeply integrated into everyday life. It is also crucial to accept that some emotions are complex and may require time to fully understand. Anger intertwined with fear, grief combined with regret, or anxiety layered with shame may appear overwhelming. Patience with oneself is necessary. Understanding emotions is not a one-time task. It is a lifelong practice. Persistence, curiosity, and discipline transform emotional experiences into tools for self-improvement rather than sources of conflict or regret. Ultimately, recognizing emotions and understanding their source is an act of empowerment. It shifts life from being driven by unconscious reactions to being guided by conscious choice. It opens the door to self-awareness, resilience, and personal growth. By observing, labeling, reflecting, and analyzing, emotions become allies rather than obstacles. This foundation supports all further steps in emotional mastery, from controlling impulses to cultivating compassion and building stronger relationships. Every moment spent identifying and understanding emotions builds a stronger inner foundation. Each pause, each reflection, each question answered thoughtfully reinforces clarity and intentionality. Over time, life becomes less reactive, more deliberate, and deeply aligned with values and goals. The ability to recognize emotions and understand their source transforms challenges into opportunities, setbacks into lessons, and relationships into sources of connection rather than conflict. Emotional recognition is also the gateway to self-discipline. When the mind and body signal feelings, you have the chance to choose action aligned with long-term goals rather than temporary impulses. This ability to pause, observe, and respond intentionally strengthens resilience and creates a sense of mastery over life circumstances. It is not about eliminating emotion, it is about channeling it toward growth, action, and fulfillment. The process also deepens empathy and connection with others. Recognizing and understanding your emotions enhances awareness of the feelings of those around you. You begin to see patterns, triggers, and reactions not only in yourself, but in others. This awareness fosters compassionate communication, stronger relationships, and reduced conflict. Emotional mastery is not a solitary practice. It extends outward, improving every interaction and connection. Reflection and journaling complement all other practices. Recording emotional experiences allows for deeper insight, pattern recognition, and the creation of actionable strategies. Over time, the journal becomes a mirror, revealing growth, recurring challenges, and the progress of self-mastery. Writing transforms vague feelings into structured understanding, turning emotional chaos into clarity and intention. Recognizing emotions and understanding their source also requires courage. Facing anger, fear, sadness, or vulnerability is uncomfortable. It challenges pride, assumptions, and habits. Yet this courage is transformative. Each honest acknowledgement of emotion strengthens character, sharpens discernment, and deepens self-trust. The reward is not immediate comfort, but long-term empowerment, resilience, and clarity. In practice, emotional mastery begins with simple steps. Pause when feelings arise, observe the body, label the emotion precisely, explore its origin, evaluate beliefs and expectations, and decide on a conscious response. Repeat this process consistently. With diligence, the habit becomes second nature. Life begins to feel less chaotic and more aligned with intention. Challenges no longer provoke uncontrolled reactions. Relationships improve. Decisions become wiser. Personal growth accelerates. Emotions are the language of the inner world. Recognizing them and understanding their source is the first step toward fluency. This fluency allows navigation of life with clarity, resilience, and purpose. It is a discipline that, when practiced daily, transforms challenges into lessons, conflicts into understanding, and setbacks into opportunities for growth. Mastery of emotions is not an endpoint, but a lifelong journey. Each moment of awareness, reflection, and insight builds strength, confidence, and self-trust. The path begins with attention, honesty, and curiosity. Observe physical cues, identify feelings, dig into causes, and question beliefs. Reflect, journal, and apply insights consistently. Accept emotions without judgment. Take responsibility for responses, and approach life with intentionality. Through this process, every emotion becomes a teacher, every challenge an opportunity, and every interaction a chance to practice mastery. This first step lays the foundation for a life where emotional awareness fuels growth, resilience, and purpose. Through recognition and understanding, emotions shift from uncontrollable forces into navigable signals. They provide guidance, clarity, and insight. Each pause to notice a feeling, each moment of reflection to trace its source, and each conscious choice in response strengthens mastery. Over time, this practice reshapes life, creating not just the ability to handle emotions, but to use them as tools for self-improvement, meaningful action, and lasting fulfillment. Mastering emotions begins with the simple yet profound act of awareness. Observing, labeling, and understanding feelings allows the mind to operate with clarity, the body to release tension, and the soul to act with purpose. Emotional recognition is not theoretical, It is practical, actionable, and transformative. It creates space between stimulus and response, giving control back to the individual and creating the conditions for deliberate, thoughtful, and empowered living. By dedicating attention to emotions, understanding their source, and responding intentionally, life shifts. Anger becomes insight, fear becomes preparation, sadness becomes reflection, and joy becomes deeper appreciation. Emotional mastery transforms daily experience from reactive survival to conscious growth. It empowers decision-making, strengthens relationships, and cultivates resilience. Recognition and understanding are the foundation upon which all other aspects of emotional intelligence and personal growth are built, creating a life led with clarity, discipline, and purposeful action. This chapter is the first step in a lifelong journey. Recognition and understanding of emotions are the bedrock of personal transformation. Through awareness, labeling, reflection, and analysis, emotions cease to control life and instead become instruments for growth. Every decision, every interaction, every response becomes informed by insight rather than impulse. Emotional mastery is attainable through disciplined practice, unwavering honesty, and persistent curiosity. Every day provides opportunities to observe, understand, and act with intention, paving the way for a life of clarity, resilience, and meaningful progress. Emotions are signals, teachers, and guides. Recognizing them and understanding their source empowers individuals to respond rather than react, to act rather than drift, and to live with purpose rather than chaos. This practice is not simple, but it is accessible and actionable. It is the first and most vital step toward mastering oneself, improving daily life, and creating enduring growth. With every moment of awareness, clarity, and understanding, the foundation of a disciplined, resilient, and empowered life is built. Through careful observation, precise labeling, deep reflection, and conscious response, emotions become allies in the pursuit of personal growth. They reveal underlying needs, values, and beliefs, illuminate patterns, and offer opportunities for strategic action. Recognition and understanding of emotions is not a one-time skill, but a continual process. Each instance of insight strengthens the mind, clarifies priorities, and enhances self-trust. It allows life to be navigated with intention, resilience, and purpose, laying the groundwork for mastery in every other aspect of emotional intelligence. The process of emotional recognition creates clarity, strength, and control. It transforms daily experiences into opportunities for growth. It shifts life from reaction to reflection, from impulse to intention, from confusion to insight. By observing, labeling, and understanding emotions, a person gains the tools to navigate challenges, strengthen relationships, and make decisions aligned with values and long-term goals. This practice is the foundation of mastery, resilience, and continuous self-improvement. True emotional mastery begins with recognition and understanding. It is a disciplined, consistent, and deliberate practice. Each moment spent observing, analyzing, and reflecting builds clarity, strengthens control, and enhances personal power. Emotions, once understood, provide guidance, insight, and opportunity. The first chapter in this journey sets the stage for every subsequent skill, control, patience, empathy, communication, and resilience. Recognition and understanding are not merely foundational, they are transformative, equipping individuals to live consciously, act purposefully, and grow continuously. This practice creates a life where emotions inform rather than control, where reflection guides rather than reaction, and where understanding fuels deliberate, effective, and meaningful action. Through dedicated attention, consistent reflection, and disciplined application, recognition and understanding of emotions becomes a natural, intuitive, and powerful tool for daily improvement and lifelong growth. It is the cornerstone of personal mastery and the first decisive step toward a life of clarity, resilience, and enduring self-improvement. Emotions are signals waiting to be understood. Recognition, precise labeling, and analysis of their source transforms every challenge into insight, every reaction into choice, and every moment into an opportunity for growth. Mastery begins here. It begins with the deliberate act of observing, understanding, and responding. This foundation enables all further development, creating a life guided by awareness, strengthened by discipline, and enriched by meaningful personal growth. Emotional recognition and understanding is not a skill reserved for the exceptional. It is a daily practice, available to anyone committed to improving their life. By dedicating time, attention, and reflection to the process of emotional awareness, individuals unlock clarity, resilience, and personal power. Anger becomes a guide to justice, fear a signal for preparation, sadness an opportunity for reflection, and joy a reminder of what matters. Recognition and understanding of emotions is the first decisive step in mastering life. It is the foundation of resilience, self-discipline, and continuous improvement. Each observation, each analysis, and each intentional response strengthens character and cultivates a life of meaning, purpose, and deliberate growth. This journey begins with awareness, continues through reflection, and is sustained by consistent practice. Observing physical cues, labeling emotions accurately, uncovering sources, questioning beliefs, and responding consciously transforms life from reaction to intention. Emotional recognition is not merely understanding, it is empowerment. It creates space for clarity, focus, and strategic action. It allows challenges to become opportunities, conflicts to become lessons, and relationships to grow deeper and more meaningful. Mastery begins with recognition. Understanding the source follows. Growth and resilience are the reward. Every moment dedicated to understanding emotions builds the foundation for personal mastery. Life becomes less chaotic, more intentional, and deeply aligned with values and goals. The ability to recognize emotions and understand their source transforms not only inner experience, but also actions, decisions, and relationships. Emotional mastery begins with awareness, reflection, and analysis, creating a life led by conscious choice rather than reaction. Each day is an opportunity to practice, strengthen, and refine this skill, laying the groundwork for continuous improvement, resilience, and enduring personal growth. Emotions are not obstacles, they are tools for insight and growth. Recognizing them, understanding their origin, and responding intentionally transforms life into a space of clarity, discipline, and purpose. Every pause to observe, every reflection to analyze, and every choice to act thoughtfully builds the foundation for mastery. This practice equips individuals to navigate challenges, improve relationships, and live with intention. Emotional recognition and understanding is the first and most crucial step in a lifelong journey of personal growth, resilience, and self-mastery. The act of recognizing emotions and understanding their source requires attention, discipline, and courage. It requires noticing physical cues, labeling emotions precisely, tracing their origin, reflecting on beliefs, and choosing deliberate responses. Each moment of practice strengthens self-awareness, enhances clarity, and builds resilience. Life, when approached with this mindset, becomes a conscious journey rather than a reactive existence. Mastery of emotions begins here. This step empowers, transforms, and sets the stage for deliberate, thoughtful, and meaningful growth. Emotional mastery is not a distant ideal, it is an achievable daily practice. Awareness, recognition, and understanding of emotions create the foundation for all other skills: control, patience, empathy, communication, and resilience. Through consistent attention, reflection, and intentional response, emotions become allies rather than obstacles. Life becomes guided by insight, strengthened by discipline, and aligned with purpose. Recognition and understanding of emotions is the first decisive action toward a life of growth, mastery. Chapter 2. Control impulsive reactions to respond thoughtfully every time. Impulsive reactions are the most common obstacle to emotional mastery, yet they are also the easiest to overlook. They occur in split seconds, often before the mind has had a chance to process the situation fully. A sharp word, a hasty decision, or a reactive gesture can create consequences that ripple far beyond the initial moment. Controlling impulses is not about suppressing emotions or pretending they do not exist. It is about creating a pause, developing awareness, and learning to respond intentionally in every situation. The difference between reaction and response is enormous. One is automatic and often destructive, the other is deliberate and productive. The first step in controlling impulsive reactions is understanding the nature of impulses themselves. Impulses are immediate urges, triggered by emotions. They are rapid, intense, and usually tied to survival instincts, fear, or desire. They are neither inherently wrong nor right. They are signals that the body and mind are in motion. Acting on these impulses without reflection often leads to regret, because the action is not aligned with conscious values or long-term goals. Recognizing the impulse as a signal rather than a command is the foundation of control. Physical awareness is critical in managing impulses. Emotions manifest first in the body: a tightening in the chest, a rush of heat, tension in the jaw, or a sudden restlessness. Noticing these sensations early allows the mind a brief window to intervene. When the body reacts, pause and observe without judgment. Label what you are feeling. Acknowledging the physiological component reduces its power over your actions. Simply naming the emotion, anger, frustration, fear, or excitement, creates a mental buffer, slowing the chain reaction that leads to impulsive behavior. Breathing is one of the most immediate tools for controlling impulses. A few deep, intentional breaths shift the nervous system from reaction mode to reflection mode. Slow inhalation followed by a controlled exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, helping to calm heightened emotions. This physical adjustment creates a momentary pause, allowing rational thought to catch up with emotional intensity. Using the body to manage the mind is an essential skill in impulse control and builds resilience over time. The mind must also be trained to respond deliberately. Practicing mental pauses in low-stakes situations strengthens the ability to do so in critical moments. Start by noticing impulses in everyday interactions, interruptions, minor frustrations, or spontaneous desires. Mentally step back before reacting. Ask yourself, is this response necessary? Does it serve my goals or values? Could a calmer, more thoughtful action achieve a better outcome? Repetition of this reflective process creates neural pathways that make controlled responses more automatic. Understanding triggers is another key element. Impulses are rarely random. They are responses to specific situations, people, or thoughts that have been associated with strong emotions in the past. Identify recurring triggers by reviewing past moments of impulsive behavior. What patterns emerge? Are there certain people, environments, or circumstances that consistently provoke strong urges? Awareness of triggers allows preemptive strategies, such as preparing responses, adjusting expectations, or avoiding unnecessary stresses, thereby reducing the likelihood of uncontrolled reactions. Visualization is a powerful method to reinforce control over impulses. Mentally rehearsing challenging scenarios and practicing deliberate responses trains the brain for real-life encounters. Picture a moment of frustration or confrontation. Imagine yourself noticing the impulse, pausing and responding calmly. Visualization strengthens the neural circuitry that supports emotional regulation, making the controlled response feel familiar and natural when it occurs in reality. Reflection and journaling further strengthen impulse control. After a challenging interaction, review the moment objectively. What emotions were present? What was the impulse? How did you respond? Was the response aligned with your values? Could it have been improved? Recording these observations builds insight, identifies patterns, and provides a roadmap for intentional action. The practice of reflection turns isolated moments into structured learning opportunities. Self-discipline is a critical component. Impulse control is not a matter of occasional restraint. It is a cultivated habit. Commit to practicing deliberate responses in small ways daily. Hold back from immediately answering every text. Voice frustration with intention rather than instinct, or pause before making minor purchases. These small exercises reinforce the capacity to respond thoughtfully when stakes are higher. Discipline is built incrementally, and the impact compounds over time. Cognitive reframing is another effective tool. Impulses often arise from misinterpretation or exaggeration of events. Anger may surface because of perceived disrespect, but the reality may differ. Fear may prompt immediate withdrawal, but the situation may not be dangerous. Reframing the perception of the trigger allows for a more balanced evaluation before acting. Pause and ask, am I interpreting this correctly? Is my emotional reaction proportional? This process strengthens rational thinking and reduces the power of impulsive urges. Developing patience is essential. Impulse control is less about suppressing action and more about delaying it long enough to act deliberately. Cultivate tolerance for discomfort, uncertainty, and temporary frustration. Recognize that immediate reaction often sacrifices long-term outcomes for short-term relief. Patience is an active skill, trained through repeated practice, meditation, and conscious awareness of the benefits of waiting before responding. Emotional detachment does not mean lack of feeling. It means creating enough separation to act in alignment with goals and values. In emotionally charged moments, remind yourself that emotions are information, not commands. They signal needs, fears, and desires, but they do not mandate action. This distinction creates freedom. Freedom allows the selection of responses based on rational evaluation rather than reflexive emotion. Communication skills enhance control over impulses. Impulsive words often damage relationships and reputations. Practicing thoughtful communication, pausing, choosing words carefully, and listening before responding minimizes harm and maximizes effectiveness. Using I statements rather than accusatory language helps maintain clarity and reduces defensive reactions. Controlled communication reinforces intentional action and strengthens personal and professional connections. Accountability amplifies growth. Share your goal of controlling impulsive reactions with a trusted mentor or peer. Feedback from external perspectives helps identify blind spots and reinforces progress. Accountability adds structure and urgency to practice, making the commitment tangible rather than abstract. Mindset also influences impulsive behavior. Believing that you are capable of thoughtful responses empowers action. Doubting your ability to control impulses reinforces reactive patterns. Affirm the capacity to pause, reflect, and act intentionally. This mindset, coupled with consistent practice, gradually shifts habitual responses from automatic to deliberate. Stress management underpins impulse control. High stress amplifies emotional intensity and weakens rational thinking. Incorporate daily routines that reduce stress: exercise, adequate sleep, meditation, and time in nature. A well-managed body and mind reduce the frequency and intensity of impulsive reactions, creating a stable foundation for thoughtful responses. Practical strategies in daily life reinforce control. When confronted with anger, step away physically if possible. Count to 10 or focus on deep breathing. In conversations, ask clarifying questions rather than reacting to assumptions. In financial decisions, delay purchases or investments until reflection ensures alignment with long-term goals. These concrete actions translate skill into tangible outcomes. It is important to embrace mistakes as part of learning. No one controls impulses perfectly from the start. Each misstep provides insight into triggers, habitual patterns, and areas requiring attention. Approach mistakes with curiosity and use them as data for improvement rather than reasons for self-criticism. This approach maintains motivation and sustains growth over time. Visualization of long-term consequences strengthens motivation. Impulsive behavior often prioritizes immediate satisfaction over enduring benefit. Reflect on the outcomes of hasty words, rushed decisions, or uncontrolled actions. Consider how deliberate responses would alter results positively. The contrast between reaction and response reinforces the importance of control in real-life scenarios. Daily micro-practices enhance mastery. Hold back from immediate responses to texts or emails. Pause before agreeing to commitments. Delay emotional outbursts in minor conflicts. Each small instance of deliberate action strengthens neural pathways for future control, making thoughtful response habitual rather than extraordinary. Understanding the physiological, mental, and social aspects of impulses creates a holistic approach. Recognize body signals, analyze mental interpretations, and consider relational impact. Integrating all three dimensions ensures that responses are aligned with both inner clarity and external effectiveness. The ultimate reward of controlling impulses is freedom. Freedom from regret, unnecessary conflict, and destructive patterns. It allows alignment with values, strategic decision-making, and the ability to act with integrity, even under pressure. Life becomes guided by intention rather than reaction, and each moment of pause strengthens confidence and personal mastery. Controlling impulsive reactions is an ongoing practice requiring awareness, discipline, reflection, and patience. It involves recognizing physical cues, labeling emotions, analyzing triggers, reframing perceptions, and committing to deliberate responses. Daily practice, accountability, stress management, and visualizing reinforce skill. Over time, habitual reflection replaces automatic reaction, communication improves, relationships deepen, and life becomes more aligned with values and goals. The capacity to pause, observe, and act intentionally transforms challenges into opportunities and cultivates resilience, clarity, and personal empowerment. Impulse control is not merely self-restraint. It is the art of choosing action over reaction, strategy over instinct, and long-term benefit over short-term satisfaction. It is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence and a prerequisite for effective leadership, meaningful relationships, and consistent personal growth. Each instance of deliberate response reinforces mastery, creating a life that is thoughtful, intentional, and deeply aligned with purpose. Freedom from impulsive reactions, open space for creativity, insight, and strategic decision-making. The mind is clear, the body is calm, and the soul is steady. Each choice becomes a reflection of deliberate thought rather than instinctive reaction. Over time, control becomes natural, resilience strengthens, and life unfolds with intentional direction. Controlling impulses transforms every interaction, every decision, and every moment into an opportunity for mastery, growth, and purposeful living. This practice, though challenging, is accessible to anyone willing to commit attention, discipline, and reflection. It is reinforced through daily awareness, breathing, journaling, visualization, and strategic action. Impulse control is not instantaneous, but persistence creates lasting change. Every pause, every conscious choice, and every deliberate response builds the foundation for a life led with clarity, integrity, and intentionality. The journey toward controlling impulses transforms the individual from reactive to deliberate, from scattered to focused, and from influenced by circumstance to guided by principle. Each moment of restraint strengthens character, reinforces self-trust, and cultivates emotional intelligence. Life becomes manageable rather than chaotic, decisions become purposeful, and relationships benefit from calm and thoughtful engagement. The mastery of impulsive reactions is the gateway to self-discipline, resilience, and long-term success in every area of life. Chapter 3. Accept your feelings without judgment to gain clarity. Feelings are constant companions in life, yet most people spend more energy resisting them than understanding them. They arrive uninvited, often intense and uncomfortable, and the immediate impulse is to push them away, suppress them, or label them as wrong. Judgment toward emotions creates inner tension, confusion, and conflict. It interferes with clarity and decision-making. Accepting feelings without judgment does not mean condoning actions or losing control. It means observing them, understanding them, and giving them space to exist. This acceptance is the doorway to insight, balance, and informed action. The first step in accepting feelings is noticing them fully. Most people live in partial awareness, reacting to emotions before they are even identified. Sadness, anger, fear, or anxiety may emerge subtly, only to explode later in destructive ways. Begin by tuning into the body. Notice changes in heart rate, breathing patterns, muscle tension, or facial expressions. Physical sensations are often the first indicators of emotional presence. Observing these signals without immediately interpreting them provides a foundation for clarity and acceptance. Naming emotions precisely strengthens acceptance. Rather than thinking in vague terms like "I feel bad" or "I feel upset," identify the specific feeling. Distinguish between frustration and irritation, sadness and disappointment, fear and apprehension. This specificity separates the emotion from identity, allowing you to see it objectively. You are not your anger or your worry, you are the observer of the emotion. Naming feelings accurately prevents escalation and creates a clear pathway for understanding their source. Once feelings are noticed and named, observe them without judgment. Judgment often manifests as internal criticism. "I should not feel this way," "I am weak for feeling this," or "I must push this emotion away." Each judgment adds a layer of resistance, making emotions more intense and harder to manage. Instead, acknowledge the presence of the feeling. You can say internally, "I notice anger," "I notice sadness," "I notice fear." Simple acknowledgement creates a mental shift from resistance to observation, reducing emotional intensity and promoting clarity. Acceptance also involves recognizing that feelings are valid signals. Emotions communicate information about needs, values, and unmet expectations. Anger may signal that a boundary has been crossed. Sadness may reveal loss or longing. Anxiety may indicate preparation is needed. By interpreting emotions as informative rather than punitive, you gain insight into yourself and the world around you. Acceptance is not passive, it is an active process of listening and understanding. Avoiding or suppressing emotions often leads to unconscious expression in ways that are harmful. Unacknowledged sadness can result in irritability, passive-aggressive behavior, or withdrawal. Denied anger may appear as resentment or bitterness over time. Avoidance delays insight and undermines resilience. Accepting feelings as they are allows processing, integration, and intentional action, preventing emotional leakage into destructive patterns. Reflection is essential for clarity. Take time to examine feelings in depth. Ask, why am I feeling this? What need or value is this emotion pointing toward? Is this feeling proportionate to the event that triggered it? How does this inform my response? Thoughtful reflection transforms raw emotion into actionable understanding. It converts instinctive reactions into informed choices and allows learning from each emotional experience. Mindfulness is a powerful tool for accepting feelings without judgment. Sitting quietly and observing thoughts, sensations, and emotions without trying to change them cultivates a neutral stance. Mindfulness strengthens the ability to remain present with feelings, even uncomfortable ones, reducing the urgency to react impulsively. Over time, this practice increases emotional tolerance, self-awareness, and clarity in decision-making. Journaling complements acceptance and reflection. Writing down feelings captures the nuances that can be overlooked in fleeting moments. Describe the emotion, its intensity, triggers, and physical sensations. Explore possible sources and insights. This process externalizes the emotion, reducing internal tension and creating a record for recognizing patterns. Journaling reinforces clarity and strengthens self-understanding over time. Accepting feelings also requires self-compassion. Many people are harsh on themselves for experiencing certain emotions. They criticize themselves for feeling fear, shame, or sadness. Self-compassion involves treating yourself as you would a trusted friend. Acknowledge the difficulty, permit the experience, and provide gentle support rather than harsh judgment. Compassion reduces the burden of negative feelings and allows space for clarity and constructive action. Breathing exercises can aid acceptance. Deep, slow breaths signal the body that it is safe to observe emotions rather than react to them. Focusing on the breath during moments of strong feeling grounds awareness, calms the nervous system, and facilitates non-judgmental observation. Conscious breathing creates a mental pause where clarity can emerge and impulsive reactions are minimized. It is crucial to recognize that emotions are transient. They rise, peak, and fade naturally. Accepting them includes understanding their impermanence. Observing this cycle reduces fear of intense feelings and prevents over-identification with them. Awareness of impermanence encourages patience and strengthens emotional resilience, allowing individuals to navigate intense emotions without being overwhelmed. Practical application in daily life begins with micro-observations. When a feeling arises, pause and acknowledge it fully. Avoid labeling it as good or bad. Observe the sensations in the body and the thoughts in the mind. Accept its presence without seeking immediate change. Notice how long it persists and what patterns accompany it. Gradually, this practice creates familiarity with the emotional landscape, reducing reactivity and increasing clarity. Acceptance also enhances decision-making. When feelings are denied or suppressed, they influence behavior unconsciously, often leading to poor choices. Recognizing and accepting emotions allows decisions to be informed rather than driven by hidden impulses. For example, acknowledging frustration in a meeting enables a conscious decision to respond professionally rather than lash out. Acceptance creates space for intentional behavior aligned with values and objectives. Developing emotional vocabulary expands the ability to accept feelings. A broader vocabulary allows for nuanced recognition, reducing oversimplification and misinterpretation. Instead of categorizing multiple complex emotions as anger, distinguishing between indignation, irritation, and disappointment allows for deeper understanding and precise responses. Language shapes awareness, and accurate description strengthens clarity and acceptance. Social contexts influence the acceptance of feelings. Many people are conditioned to hide emotions to maintain appearances or meet expectations. Challenging this conditioning requires courage and authenticity. Sharing feelings thoughtfully with trusted individuals can reinforce acceptance, provide perspective, and create emotional support. Open acknowledgement of emotions in safe spaces reduces internal conflict and reinforces clarity. Self-inquiry deepens acceptance. Asking questions like, "What am I feeling? Why does this emotion exist? What does it reveal about my values or needs?" allows for deliberate exploration. Inquiry shifts attention from judgment to understanding. Each insight gained increases clarity and strengthens the ability to navigate future emotional experiences with composure and intentionality. Body-mind integration supports non-judgmental acceptance. Emotions are experienced physically as well as mentally. Practices like yoga, tai chi, or mindful movement create awareness of bodily responses and provide channels for emotional release. Integrating physical observation with mental reflection enhances clarity and reduces tension, creating holistic acceptance. Forgiveness, both of self and others, reinforces acceptance. Holding on to anger or resentment creates resistance to present feelings. Accepting that emotions are natural responses rather than moral failings facilitates release. Forgiveness is a conscious act of allowing feelings to exist without attaching them to blame, enabling clearer perception and more effective action. Recognizing patterns over time builds deeper insight. Repeated observation of feelings and their triggers uncovers recurring themes and habitual reactions. Acceptance paired with analysis allows preemptive strategies, mindful planning, and adaptive responses. Clarity emerges as patterns are understood, empowering deliberate choices rather than reflexive reactions. Acceptance does not mean passivity. Feelings exist as signals to guide understanding, reflection, and action. Once accepted, emotions can inform choices, motivate problem-solving, and guide communication. Non-judgmental recognition transforms emotion from a disruptive force into a source of guidance and personal insight. Daily practice of acceptance strengthens resilience. Each moment spent observing feelings without judgment reinforces the neural pathways of awareness and non-reactivity. Over time, emotional intensity is reduced, clarity increases, and the capacity to navigate complex situations grows. Habitual acceptance builds a stable foundation for informed action, healthy relationships, and personal growth. Clarity emerges naturally from sustained acceptance. When emotions are acknowledged without interference, the mind is free to analyze, integrate, and interpret. Decisions become more aligned with principles, communication more effective, and relationships more authentic. Acceptance eliminates confusion created by denial or judgment, replacing it with insight, perspective, and composure. Accepting feelings without judgment is a lifelong practice. Each emotion, from subtle annoyance to deep grief, provides an opportunity for awareness and understanding, Over time, this practice fosters resilience, emotional intelligence, and a stable sense of self. Clarity arises as emotions are observed and integrated rather than suppressed or criticized. The ability to accept feelings with equanimity is transformative, shaping every interaction, decision, and internal experience with intentionality and purpose. Embracing emotions fully strengthens self-trust. Recognizing that you can encounter intense feelings without losing composure cultivates confidence in your capacity to navigate life's challenges. Each accepted emotion reinforces a sense of control, autonomy, and alignment with personal values. Life becomes less chaotic, decision-making clearer, and relationships more grounded. Acceptance is both the beginning and the foundation of emotional mastery. It allows insight into patterns, triggers, and underlying needs. It supports reflective practice, enhances empathy, and strengthens resilience. By acknowledging feelings without judgment, individuals create the conditions for clarity, informed action, and continuous personal growth. Each moment of non-judgmental awareness transforms challenges into opportunities, emotions into guides, and daily experiences into steps toward intentional, empowered living. Through consistent attention, reflection, and mindful observation, acceptance of feelings develops into a skill that transforms life. Emotional turbulence no longer dictates behavior. Clarity replaces confusion. Responses become deliberate. Each feeling, when acknowledged and understood, serves as information, guidance, and motivation. Accepting feelings without judgment is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence, personal growth, and the ability to act with wisdom and purpose. Chapter 4. Observe emotional triggers and create strategies to manage them. Emotional triggers are specific events, situations, or behaviors that provoke intense reactions within us, often without conscious awareness. They operate beneath the surface, guiding responses automatically unless we take deliberate steps to observe and manage them. Understanding triggers is essential because they are often the root cause of repeated conflicts, stress, and impulsive behaviors. Observing them is not about avoiding emotions or circumstances. It is about gaining insight into the patterns that influence reactions and learning how to respond thoughtfully. Awareness of triggers provides control, clarity, and the ability to act in alignment with values rather than habit. The first step in managing emotional triggers is identification. Triggers can be subtle or overt, ranging from critical comments to specific environments or past memories that resurface unexpectedly. Keeping a daily log of emotional reactions helps uncover consistent patterns. Note what situations cause strong emotional responses, the type of emotion experienced, and the intensity of the reaction. This record allows for objective analysis and the ability to distinguish between isolated incidents and recurring triggers. Once identified, it is important to examine the origin of each trigger. Often triggers are linked to past experiences, unmet needs, or deeply held beliefs. Understanding why a certain situation provokes anger, fear, or frustration reduces the automatic power of the response. Ask yourself, why does this trigger evoke such intensity? What does it reveal about my values or vulnerabilities? This reflection transforms triggers from mysterious irritants into informative signals about personal growth areas. Observation without judgment is critical. Many people criticize themselves for being triggered, labeling themselves as weak or overly sensitive. Self-judgment compounds emotional intensity and inhibits clarity. Instead, view triggers neutrally as data to be analyzed. Recognize that having a trigger does not make someone flawed. It simply highlights an area for awareness and skill development. Acceptance of this fact reduces shame and facilitates effective management strategies. Emotional triggers often manifest physically before they are consciously recognized. Tension in the body, changes in breathing, or a quickened heartbeat serve as early warning signs. Cultivating awareness of these bodily cues allows for immediate intervention. Techniques such as grounding exercises, focused breathing, or brief pauses create a moment to decide how to respond rather than reacting impulsively. Physical awareness is the first layer of proactive management. Cognitive reframing is a powerful tool to counteract the intensity of triggers. When confronted with a triggering situation, examine the thoughts and beliefs that arise. Ask whether the interpretation of the event is accurate, whether assumptions are being made, or whether the emotional response is proportional to the circumstance. Reframing allows for a balanced perspective, reducing the dominance of automatic emotional responses and supporting intentional action. Creating strategies for triggers requires both proactive and reactive planning. Proactive strategies involve anticipating situations and preparing responses in advance. For example, if criticism from colleagues triggers defensiveness, prepare neutral responses or techniques to maintain composure. Reactive strategies involve recognizing the trigger in the moment and choosing deliberate actions such as stepping back, breathing, or reframing thoughts. Combining both approaches ensures resilience in both predictable and unexpected situations. Developing self-awareness strengthens management of triggers. Regular reflection, journaling, and mindfulness practices cultivate insight into emotional patterns. The more familiar one becomes with personal triggers, the less they operate unconsciously. Awareness empowers individuals to pause, evaluate, and respond deliberately, turning moments of potential emotional upheaval into opportunities for skillful action. Boundaries play a significant role in managing emotional triggers. Certain environments or interactions may consistently provoke strong reactions. Establishing clear boundaries protects emotional well-being without creating isolation. Communicate needs assertively, decline engagements that are consistently destabilizing, and design routines that reduce exposure to predictable triggers. Boundaries are not avoidance, they are tools for preserving clarity and balance. Visualization enhances preparedness for emotional triggers. Mentally rehearse scenarios that have previously caused strong reactions. Picture responding with composure, awareness, and constructive action. Visualization trains the mind to approach triggering situations with clarity and confidence, reducing the likelihood of automatic, reactive behavior. Consistent mental rehearsal strengthens emotional resilience and reinforces deliberate control. Stress management amplifies the ability to handle triggers effectively. High stress increases emotional reactivity and lowers the capacity for thoughtful responses. Incorporating exercise, adequate rest, mindfulness, and relaxation techniques reduces baseline emotional intensity and creates a buffer against triggers. A calm mind and body provide the foundation for strategic observation and management. Communication skills enhance trigger management. Triggers often arise in interpersonal contexts where words, tone, or body language provoke reactions. Practicing active listening, neutral responses, and assertive expression reduces escalation. Responding to triggering interactions with clarity and poise improves relationships, minimizes conflict, and reinforces emotional mastery. Forgiveness, whether directed inward or outward, reduces the impact of past triggers. Holding on to resentment, blame, or unresolved anger intensifies reactivity in present situations. Accepting experiences and releasing attachment to past harm allows for a clearer perspective, reducing emotional intensity and increasing freedom to respond effectively. Pattern recognition is essential for long-term management. Identify recurring triggers and analyze the underlying themes. These patterns often reveal unresolved issues, cognitive distortions, or unmet needs. Recognizing repetition allows for targeted strategies, behavioral adjustments, and preventive measures, creating sustainable emotional control. Self-compassion supports resilience in the face of triggers. Experiencing strong reactions does not imply weakness. It indicates areas for growth. Treating oneself with kindness during moments of vulnerability reduces secondary emotional responses like shame, guilt, or self-criticism. Compassion creates a safe internal environment for reflection and deliberate action. Accountability strengthens trigger management. Sharing the goal of observing and managing emotional triggers with a trusted individual provides external support and perspective. Feedback on reactions can illuminate blind spots and reinforce commitment. Accountability ensures consistent practice, reinforcing skill development and intentional response. Micro-practices build consistent mastery. Daily exercises, such as pausing before reacting, labeling emotions, or noting triggers in a journal, accumulate into significant long-term improvement. Small, deliberate actions in everyday life create automaticity in responding thoughtfully rather than reactively. Technology can be leveraged to support trigger management. Use reminders, journaling apps, or habit trackers to reinforce observation, reflection, and strategy application. Digital tools provide structure, reinforce learning, and maintain awareness in daily routines. Mindset plays a central role in trigger response. Viewing triggers as opportunities for learning rather than threats shifts perspective. This mindset encourages curiosity, reflection, and constructive action rather than fear, avoidance, or impulsivity. Treat triggers as feedback rather than punishment, and emotional reactions become manageable and informative. Long-term growth requires consistent evaluation. Periodically review how triggers have been managed, what strategies succeeded, and where improvement is needed. Adjust approaches based on outcomes and insights. Continuous refinement ensures that strategies remain effective and adaptable to evolving circumstances. Integration of emotional awareness, reflection, and strategic planning results in mastery over triggers. Observing patterns, preparing responses, practicing mindfulness, and reinforcing positive behaviors create a system for emotional stability. The ability to navigate triggering situations thoughtfully enhances decision-making, relationships, and overall resilience. Ultimately, managing emotional triggers is about reclaiming control over responses. Awareness, reflection, and deliberate action replace unconscious reaction. Emotional triggers provide valuable information about personal values, vulnerabilities, and growth areas. Observing them without judgment and creating structured strategies allows individuals to navigate life with clarity, composure, and intentionality. Mastery of triggers transforms potential disruption into opportunity for self-awareness, informed action, and continuous personal development. Understanding triggers, observing reactions, developing strategies, practicing mindfulness, reinforcing skills through reflection and journaling, establishing boundaries, and maintaining self-compassion form a holistic approach. The more consistently these practices are applied, the more naturally responses become deliberate rather than reactive. Emotional triggers cease to dominate behavior and instead serve as informative cues, guiding personal growth. Control over emotional triggers cultivates resilience, strengthens character, and enhances life outcomes. Individuals learn to respond in alignment with values, maintain composure under pressure, and navigate interpersonal challenges effectively. Each observed and managed trigger reinforces confidence, insight, and the ability to act intentionally. Emotional mastery grows with consistent practice, awareness, and the application of practical strategies. Chapter 5. Transform negative thoughts into constructive actions immediately. Negative thoughts are an inevitable part of the human experience, but they do not have to dictate behavior or define reality. They arise spontaneously, often as internal commentary on events, people, or oneself, and can be persistent and convincing. The difference between allowing negative thoughts to dominate and transforming them into constructive action lies in awareness and deliberate intervention. Recognizing negative thought patterns and responding immediately with purposeful behavior shifts energy from self-doubt, worry, or fear toward growth, productivity, and empowerment. Transformation requires clarity, practice, and the willingness to act decisively in alignment with goals and values. The first step in transforming negative thoughts is observation. Negative thoughts are often automatic, arising without conscious intent. By paying close attention, you can catch them early before they escalate. Notice the exact nature of the thought, the emotional charge it carries, and the circumstances that triggered it. Observation allows separation between the thought and personal identity. You are not the thought, you are the observer capable of choosing action. Once identified, it is essential to question the validity of negative thoughts. Many are exaggerated, distorted, or based on assumptions rather than facts. Ask yourself, is this thought accurate? Is it helpful? Could there be another interpretation of this situation? Challenging negative assumptions reduces their power and prevents automatic acceptance as truth. Critical examination lays the groundwork for constructive redirection. Reframing is a central technique in transforming negativity into action. Reframing involves consciously altering the meaning or focus of a thought to highlight opportunity, learning, or potential solutions. For instance, a thought of failure can be reframed as feedback, revealing what adjustments are needed for success. A sense of overwhelm can be reframed as a signal to prioritize and take manageable steps. Reframing converts mental obstacles into actionable insight. Action is the essential complement to reframing. Thoughts alone, even when challenged, can stagnate if not paired with tangible behavior. Immediate action grounds abstract insight in reality and interrupts negative spirals. Simple steps can create momentum, making a plan, completing a small task, reaching out for support, or engaging in productive work. Acting swiftly reinforces agency and redirects energy toward achievement rather than rumination. Visualization reinforces the transformation process. Before taking action, visualize the negative thought evolving into a constructive outcome. Picture how deliberate steps will alter the situation, improve circumstances, or create learning. This mental rehearsal prepares the mind and increases confidence in executing real-world actions. Visualization bridges the gap between cognition and behavior, making the response more automatic and effective. Daily practices strengthen the ability to act on negative thoughts quickly. Start by maintaining awareness throughout routine activities. When a negative thought emerges, pause briefly. Reframe it and identify a tangible action. The action does not have to be monumental. Even small steps create patterns of constructive response. Over time, this practice trains the brain to recognize negativity as a prompt for action rather than stagnation or despair. Emotional regulation is crucial for transforming negative thoughts. Strong emotions often amplify negativity and can paralyze decision-making. Techniques such as controlled breathing, grounding exercises, or short mindfulness sessions reduce emotional intensity, allowing rational evaluation and deliberate behavior. Emotional regulation ensures that actions taken in response to negative thoughts are effective and intentional rather than reactive or counterproductive. Self-compassion facilitates constructive response. Negative thoughts often carry judgment, shame, or self-criticism, which can inhibit productive action. Treat yourself with kindness and understanding, acknowledging that experiencing negativity is normal. Compassion reduces resistance and creates a mental environment in which reframing and immediate action are possible. Accountability enhances progress. Sharing goals for transforming negativity with a mentor, coach, or trusted peer reinforces commitment. External feedback provides perspective, encourages persistence, and identifies blind spots. Accountability converts personal intention into consistent practice and tangible improvement. Structured reflection enhances insight into thought patterns. After acting on a negative thought, review the process. What was the thought? How did you respond? What action produced positive results? Reflection consolidates learning, reveals patterns, and refines strategies for future responses. Each cycle of observation, action, and review strengthens the habit of transforming negativity into constructive outcomes. Setting up practical systems can prevent negative thoughts from becoming overwhelming. Design routines that integrate planning, goal setting, and regular review. Immediate action becomes easier when there is a framework supporting productivity, clarity, and prioritization. Systems reduce decision fatigue and create an environment where negativity can be converted into tangible progress. Physical activity is a powerful ally in transforming negative thoughts. Exercise redirects energy, releases tension, and improves mood, while creating mental clarity. Movement provides a practical, immediate outlet for emotional and cognitive energy that might otherwise fuel rumination. Pairing physical action with cognitive reframing strengthens the connection between thought awareness and constructive behavior. Positive language reinforces transformation. Replace internal criticism with affirming statements that guide action. Instead of thinking, "I cannot handle this," reframe as, "I will take one step forward and learn from it." Language shapes perception and primes the mind for deliberate, solution-oriented behavior. Intentional verbalization strengthens neural pathways that link awareness to action. Problem-solving skills amplify the impact of transforming negative thoughts. Once a negative thought is observed and reframed, identify specific steps that move the situation toward improvement. Break challenges into smaller, manageable tasks. Action-oriented problem-solving channels mental energy into measurable progress, preventing stagnation and reinforcing self-efficacy. Time management supports effective transformation. Allocate deliberate periods for focused action on issues identified through negative thinking. Structured time ensures that reframing and execution are consistent, reducing procrastination and reinforcing constructive behavior as a habitual response to negativity. Mindfulness meditation deepens the capacity to observe and redirect negative thoughts. Regular meditation cultivates awareness of thought patterns without attachment, creating a mental space where reframing and action can occur naturally. Mindfulness strengthens the ability to interrupt automatic negativity and initiate intentional, productive responses. Developing resilience is integral to this process. Not every action will yield immediate results, and setbacks are inevitable. Viewing challenges as opportunities to refine strategies maintains motivation and reinforces the habit of transforming negative thoughts into constructive behavior. Resilience sustains momentum and ensures continuous personal growth. Gratitude can complement negative thought transformation. When a negative thought arises, identify an aspect of the situation, self, or environment that offers value or learning. Shifting attention to constructive elements provides a balanced perspective and reinforces proactive response. Gratitude reduces the emotional intensity of negativity and strengthens problem-solving orientation. Visualization of long-term goals maintains motivation. Negative thoughts often focus on short-term setbacks, obscuring broader objectives. Remind yourself of desired outcomes and use them as guidance for immediate action. Aligning micro-actions with long-term vision transforms negative thinking into purposeful, goal-directed behavior. Repetition solidifies the habit of constructive response. Each instance of noticing a negative thought, reframing it, and acting immediately strengthens the neural pathways supporting this process. Over time, the transformation of negative thoughts into constructive action becomes automatic, enhancing emotional regulation, productivity, and resilience. Immediate action against negative thoughts creates momentum. Energy is redirected from rumination and self-doubt toward tangible outcomes. Each small accomplishment reinforces the belief that negativity can be transformed and that obstacles are opportunities for growth. Momentum breeds confidence, reduces fear, and fosters a proactive mindset. Social support reinforces transformation. Surrounding yourself with individuals who encourage constructive thinking and deliberate action strengthens accountability and provides perspective. Engaging in discussions, collaboration, or mentorship amplifies learning, reinforces skill development, and accelerates progress in converting negative thoughts into positive behavior. Long-term practice integrates awareness, reframing, immediate action, reflection, and support into a cohesive skill. Over time, the mind naturally scans for opportunities, recognizes unhelpful patterns, and initiates constructive behavior. Negative thoughts no longer dominate or paralyze. They become triggers for growth, problem-solving, and measurable results. Immediate transformation of negative thoughts into constructive actions is a skill that reshapes life. It fosters resilience, confidence, and strategic thinking. By observing thoughts, challenging assumptions, reframing perspectives, taking purposeful action, and reflecting consistently, individuals turn mental obstacles into opportunities for progress. Each instance of deliberate transformation strengthens autonomy, clarifies purpose, and cultivates enduring personal and professional growth. Through consistent awareness, decisive action, mindfulness, and reflection, negative thinking becomes a tool rather than a hindrance. Every negative thought presents an opportunity to learn, plan, and act effectively. Mastering this process enhances emotional intelligence, strengthens self-efficacy, and ensures that daily behavior aligns with long-term goals and values. The practice of transforming negativity into constructive action empowers individuals to lead focused, intentional, and productive lives. Chapter 6. Strengthen emotional resilience through daily mindful practices consistently. Emotional resilience is the ability to withstand challenges, recover from setbacks, and maintain stability in the face of stress. It is not a trait that people are simply born with. It is a skill that can be developed, strengthened, and refined through consistent practice. Daily mindful practices are among the most effective ways to cultivate this resilience because they build awareness, enhance regulation, and increase adaptability. Consistency is key, as resilience is not developed overnight, but through repeated, intentional engagement with both the mind and body. The foundation of emotional resilience is awareness. Many people react to life's events without noticing the internal states that influence their behavior. Mindful practices cultivate the ability to observe thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations as they arise. This observation creates a space between stimulus and response, allowing deliberate action rather than automatic reaction. Awareness also highlights patterns in behavior and emotion, which provides valuable insight for personal growth. Mindful breathing is a practical and accessible technique that strengthens emotional stability. Focusing on the breath anchors attention in the present moment and calms the nervous system. Even a few minutes of deep, deliberate breathing can reduce the intensity of stress, clarify thought processes, and restore equilibrium. Consistent practice trains the mind to return to calmness in the midst of external pressures. Daily reflection enhances resilience by promoting understanding of emotional responses. Spending time at the end of each day to review experiences, note emotional highs and lows, and consider responses strengthens insight. Reflection encourages recognition of triggers, evaluation of coping strategies, and identification of improvements. Over time, this process fosters greater emotional intelligence and reinforces adaptive patterns of behavior. Mindfulness meditation is a cornerstone practice for cultivating resilience. It develops the capacity to remain present, notice emotions without judgment, and detach from unproductive thought patterns. Through meditation, individuals learn that feelings are temporary and that they can coexist with discomfort without overwhelming the mind. This awareness reduces impulsive reactions and fosters thoughtful engagement with life's challenges. Journaling supports emotional resilience by externalizing internal experiences. Writing down thoughts, feelings, and observations provides a safe space to process complex emotions. It allows for tracking patterns, exploring solutions, and generating insights that may not be apparent in the moment. Journaling also reinforces mindfulness by requiring deliberate attention to inner states. Gratitude practices reinforce resilience by shifting focus from perceived scarcity or difficulty to recognition of positive aspects of life. Identifying things to appreciate daily, no matter how small, fosters a mindset of abundance and perspective. Gratitude reduces emotional reactivity, strengthens optimism, and enhances the ability to navigate challenges with composure and balance. Physical activity is a practical complement to mindful practices for resilience. Movement not only improves health, but also provides an outlet for emotional energy. Activities such as walking, stretching, or yoga promote bodily awareness, release tension, and increase the mind's capacity to process stress constructively. Physical engagement strengthens the connection between mind and body, reinforcing emotional stability. Self-compassion is essential for building resilience. Facing challenges with kindness toward oneself reduces secondary stress and prevents self-criticism from compounding emotional difficulties. Acknowledging that struggles are part of the human experience fosters a balanced perspective and supports sustained effort in managing emotions effectively. Visualization exercises enhance resilience by mentally rehearsing challenges and adaptive responses. Visualizing oneself navigating difficult situations with calmness and composure builds confidence and prepares the mind for real-life stresses. Visualization reinforces the neural pathways that associate challenges with deliberate, constructive action rather than fear or avoidance. Consistency amplifies the benefits of these practices. Emotional resilience grows incrementally, and daily engagement reinforces habits that maintain stability under pressure. Skipping practice weakens the skill, whereas persistent, deliberate application strengthens the ability to respond thoughtfully and recover quickly. The cumulative effect of regular mindfulness exercises, reflection, and self-care establishes a robust foundation for long-term emotional strength. Resilience is also strengthened through intentional exposure to manageable challenges. Confronting difficulties in controlled ways allows individuals to practice adaptive responses and build confidence. Each encounter with stress that is navigated mindfully reinforces competence, reduces fear, and enhances the capacity to handle more significant challenges in the future. Controlled exposure trains both the mind and body to respond effectively under pressure. Cognitive reframing supports resilience by altering perception of difficult events. Viewing challenges as opportunities for learning or growth reduces the emotional burden and creates space for constructive action. Reframing negative experiences into actionable insights empowers individuals to approach adversity proactively, strengthening emotional stamina and problem-solving skills. Developing strong social support enhances the effectiveness of mindful practices. Connections with empathetic and understanding individuals provide perspective, reduce isolation, and reinforce adaptive coping strategies. Sharing experiences with trusted people amplifies insight, strengthens accountability, and sustains consistent engagement with resilience-building practices. Sleep hygiene directly affects emotional regulation and resilience. Adequate rest restores cognitive function, balances mood, and prepares the mind to respond effectively to stresses. Mindful attention to sleep patterns and the creation of calming pre-sleep routines support daily emotional stability and enhance the capacity to engage with challenges constructively. Mindful eating contributes to emotional resilience by promoting awareness of nourishment and its effects on energy and mood. Paying attention to food choices, portion sizes, and eating habits fosters self-regulation, improves health, and strengthens the mind-body connection. Conscious nutrition supports overall stability, making it easier to manage stress and maintain consistent emotional balance. Setting realistic goals enhances resilience by providing direction and purpose. Breaking larger objectives into manageable steps prevents overwhelm, reduces stress, and reinforces a sense of accomplishment. Mindful focus on incremental progress allows individuals to celebrate achievements while maintaining flexibility in response to unforeseen challenges. Affirmations and intentional self-talk reinforce emotional resilience by directing attention toward constructive, empowering thoughts. Repeating statements that emphasize capability, adaptability, and strength strengthens mental patterns that support stability under pressure. Consistent practice builds internal confidence and prepares the mind to face adversity with composure. Problem-solving exercises integrated with mindful observation develop resilience by linking awareness to action. Identifying issues, brainstorming solutions, and taking deliberate steps cultivates competence, reduces anxiety, and reinforces the ability to navigate complexity effectively. Practical engagement with challenges enhances both skill and confidence. Resilience is reinforced by cultivating curiosity about one's own emotional responses. Instead of avoiding discomfort or suppressing challenging feelings, exploring them with interest and openness reveals insights that strengthen adaptive strategies. Curiosity shifts focus from resistance to learning, promoting both self-awareness and emotional agility. Long-term maintenance of emotional resilience relies on integrating mindful practices into daily life rather than limiting them to specific sessions. Small, repeated actions such as observing emotions during routine tasks, taking brief pauses to breathe, and reflecting at the end of the day build continuous engagement. This integration ensures that resilience becomes a natural response rather than a sporadic effort. Over time, consistent mindful practice transforms emotional reactivity into stability, clarity, and adaptive capacity. Individuals develop the ability to navigate stress, recover from setbacks, and maintain composure even in challenging circumstances. Daily attention to mind, body, and reflection fosters a durable foundation for resilience, empowering deliberate responses, sustaining motivation, and supporting long-term personal growth. Each day offers opportunities to practice awareness, reflection, breathing, physical activity, gratitude, self-compassion, and intentional action. Engaging consistently in these practices cultivates emotional strength, enhances decision-making, and deepens the capacity to face life with confidence. Strengthening emotional resilience through daily mindful practices transforms challenges into opportunities, instability into balance, and reactive impulses into intentional, constructive action. Chapter 7. Practice gratitude to shift focus toward positive experiences. Gratitude is one of the simplest yet most transformative practices for shifting perspective and enhancing overall well-being. It allows the mind to focus on what is working, what is valuable, and what brings satisfaction rather than dwelling on what is missing or going wrong. Gratitude is not about denying challenges or pretending that difficulties do not exist. It is about deliberately noticing positive elements in life and allowing them to balance negative perceptions. Practicing gratitude consistently rewires thinking patterns, reduces stress, and strengthens resilience. The first step in practicing gratitude is observation. Daily life is filled with small moments that often go unnoticed. A smile from a stranger, a healthy meal, a completed task, or a moment of laughter can all serve as sources of appreciation. Paying attention to these experiences helps the mind recognize abundance instead of scarcity. Mindful observation of daily moments lays the foundation for a habit of noticing and valuing positive experiences. Naming and acknowledging what you are grateful for strengthens the practice. Writing down specific things each day creates a record of positivity. The more detailed and concrete the acknowledgement, the stronger the effect. Instead of writing, "I am grateful for my family," identify specific moments such as, "I am grateful for my sister helping me solve a problem today." Specificity intensifies awareness and reinforces positive focus. Gratitude shifts the focus from external circumstances to internal perception. Life is not always ideal, and challenges are inevitable, but gratitude allows control over how experiences are interpreted. By actively noticing aspects of life that provide value, satisfaction, or joy, attention moves from frustration and lack to opportunity and abundance. This shift reduces stress and promotes mental clarity, allowing for more intentional and balanced responses to life's events. Incorporating gratitude into daily routines strengthens consistency. Morning and evening rituals are effective for embedding this practice. Beginning the day by identifying a few things to appreciate sets a positive tone, increases motivation, and frames the mindset for challenges. Reflecting in the evening consolidates awareness, reinforces satisfaction, and prepares the mind for restorative rest. Rituals transform gratitude from a passive acknowledgement into an active, habitual part of life. Expressing gratitude externally deepens its impact. Communicating appreciation to others strengthens relationships, enhances social connection, and reinforces positive behaviors. A simple acknowledgement, a written note, or a verbal expression of thanks creates feedback loops that benefit both the giver and receiver. External expression solidifies internal recognition, turning awareness into actionable positivity. Mindfulness complements gratitude by increasing awareness of present experiences. Engaging fully in activities, whether walking, eating, working, or listening, allows recognition of aspects often taken for granted. Observing sensations, emotions, and environmental details enhances appreciation and deepens the sense of fulfillment. Mindfulness amplifies gratitude by connecting it to immediate, tangible experience rather than abstract acknowledgement. Gratitude also reduces the impact of negative emotions. When frustration, fear, or sadness arises, actively identifying something positive redirects attention. This does not eliminate difficulties, but balances perception, preventing overwhelm and supporting emotional regulation. The ability to shift focus intentionally is a skill that strengthens resilience, improves mood, and encourages constructive thinking. Gratitude journaling is a practical method for creating a consistent habit. Dedicate time each day to write down 3 to 5 things that are genuinely appreciated. Reflect on why each item is meaningful and the effect it has on life. Journaling captures moments that might otherwise be forgotten, reinforces positive neural pathways, and cultivates an ongoing sense of recognition and satisfaction. Gratitude enhances problem-solving and creativity. When the mind focuses on positive experiences, it becomes more open, flexible, and resourceful. Awareness of what is working and what has been successful provides insights and strategies that might otherwise be overlooked. Shifting attention toward constructive aspects creates a mental environment conducive to growth, innovation, and effective action. Linking gratitude to personal goals strengthens motivation and commitment. Recognizing progress, achievements, and small wins encourages continued effort and reinforces persistence. Instead of being discouraged by obstacles, gratitude allows appreciation for incremental improvement, increasing confidence and sustaining momentum toward long-term objectives. Gratitude practices also improve physical well-being. Research shows that positive focus reduces stress hormones, strengthens the immune system, and enhances sleep quality. By consistently attending to experiences that evoke appreciation, the body and mind function more optimally, supporting overall health and energy levels necessary for productive action. Visualizing can enhance gratitude by imagining life as if current positive aspects were absent. Reflecting on what would be missing emphasizes value and significance, creating deeper recognition and appreciation. This mental exercise strengthens awareness of blessings and reinforces the habit of noticing favorable elements even in difficult circumstances. Gratitude can be cultivated through acts of kindness. Recognizing opportunities to help others and appreciating the chance to contribute shifts focus from self-centered perspectives to collaborative engagement. Acts of giving, combined with acknowledgement of their positive impact, strengthen feelings of satisfaction and connection, reinforcing the benefits of gratitude. Resilience grows when gratitude is practiced consistently. A mind trained to notice positives recovers more quickly from setbacks. Appreciation for what remains stable or supportive during adversity mitigates despair, maintains motivation, and encourages constructive adaptation. Gratitude transforms challenges into opportunities for insight and learning. Gratitude can be paired with reflection to identify sources of consistent support, considering relationships, skills, and experiences that have contributed to growth, allows deeper recognition of what sustains life progress. This reflection strengthens strategic awareness, enabling individuals to leverage resources effectively while maintaining a positive outlook. Environmental cues support daily gratitude practice. Placing reminders in visible spaces, such as sticky notes, images, or objects associated with appreciation, reinforces attention to positive experiences. External cues trigger internal recognition, enhancing consistency and embedding gratitude into daily routines naturally. Combining gratitude with goal visualization strengthens achievement-oriented focus. Recognizing accomplishments so far while imagining future success reinforces confidence and motivation. Gratitude provides a foundation of satisfaction and optimism, which fuels deliberate and sustained action toward aspirations. Developing the habit of gratitude requires persistence. Initial efforts may feel mechanical, but consistent engagement rewires the mind to notice positives automatically. Over time, gratitude becomes a default mode, influencing perception, behavior, and emotional responses. Habitual recognition of positive experiences transforms outlook, enhances emotional stability, and strengthens decision-making. Gratitude fosters connection and empathy. Appreciating contributions, efforts, and qualities in others enhances relationships, builds trust, and encourages mutual support. Awareness of external positives creates a social environment that reinforces constructive interactions, collaboration, and shared satisfaction. Gratitude reduces comparison and envy. By focusing on personal blessings and achievements, attention shifts from external benchmarks and competition to internal fulfillment. This perspective fosters contentment, self-confidence, and clarity in pursuing personal objectives without distraction or resentment. Gratitude enhances mental clarity by reducing mental clutter associated with complaint, worry, and dissatisfaction. Attention directed toward appreciation creates space for observation, strategic thinking, and intentional decision-making. A mind regularly engaged in gratitude processes information more effectively and prioritizes constructive action over distraction or negativity. Integrating gratitude into daily life strengthens overall emotional intelligence. Individuals become more aware of their own feelings, recognize value in their environment, and respond thoughtfully in interactions. This practice cultivates patience, empathy, and adaptive coping skills, forming a foundation for personal growth, stability, and consistent achievement. Ultimately, practicing gratitude consistently transforms perception, emotional response, and behavior. Attention shifts toward recognition of abundance rather than lack, constructive action rather than complaint, and appreciation rather than judgment. Over time, daily gratitude strengthens resilience, improves relationships, enhances well-being, and creates a mindset oriented toward positivity, growth, and fulfillment. Chapter 8. Communicate emotions effectively to build stronger personal relationships. Communicating emotions effectively is a skill that strengthens relationships, reduces misunderstandings, and fosters deeper connection. Emotions are powerful signals, but when expressed poorly, they can lead to conflict, resentment, and distance. Learning to identify, articulate, and share feelings in a clear and respectful way ensures that communication is constructive rather than destructive. It requires awareness, practice, and the ability to balance honesty with empathy. The first step in communicating emotions is awareness. Many people react to situations without fully understanding their feelings. Pause to identify the emotion accurately, whether it is anger, sadness, frustration, joy, or excitement. Understanding the nature of the emotion clarifies what needs to be expressed and prevents impulsive or unclear reactions. Awareness also includes recognizing the intensity of the feeling, which informs how and when to communicate it. Labeling emotions precisely is essential. Instead of saying "I feel bad," specify what is actually being experienced, such as "I feel disappointed," "I feel anxious," or "I feel frustrated." Accurate labeling reduces ambiguity and allows others to understand the emotional context. It also helps the individual gain clarity about their own needs and responses. Timing matters significantly in emotional communication. Expressing feelings in the heat of strong emotions can lead to reactive or hurtful statements. Waiting until there is a sense of calm allows for thoughtful articulation. This does not mean suppressing emotions indefinitely, but rather choosing a moment when the conversation can be constructive and focused on understanding rather than blame. Using "I" statements enhances clarity and reduces defensiveness. Phrasing expressions as "I feel emotion because reason" communicates ownership of feelings without attacking or blaming others. For example, "I feel upset because I was not informed about the change" conveys both the emotion and the context in a way that encourages dialogue rather than conflict. Active listening is a critical component of emotional communication. Understanding the emotions of others requires full attention without judgment or interruption. Reflecting back what is heard, asking clarifying questions, and showing empathy demonstrates genuine engagement. Listening creates a reciprocal environment where emotions can be shared safely and constructively. Nonverbal cues significantly influence emotional communication. Tone of voice, facial expression, body language, and eye contact all convey feelings beyond words. Aligning verbal communication with nonverbal signals ensures authenticity and prevents mixed messages. Being aware of how emotions are projected physically strengthens clarity and effectiveness in interactions. Empathy enhances the impact of communication. Recognizing and validating the emotions of others fosters trust and connection. Statements like, "I can see that this situation is frustrating for you," acknowledge experience without judgment and create space for collaboration and mutual understanding. Empathy does not require agreement, but demonstrates respect for the other person's perspective. Practicing emotional regulation before communication improves outcomes. Techniques such as deep breathing, grounding, or pausing allow emotions to settle enough to be expressed constructively. Regulating internal responses reduces the risk of impulsive reactions, promotes clarity, and supports balanced discussion. Emotional stability ensures that messages are delivered intentionally rather than reactively. Clarity in expression requires focusing on specific experiences rather than generalizations. Instead of saying, "You never listen," describe the behavior and its impact, such as, "When I share my ideas and feel interrupted, I feel undervalued." Specificity reduces defensiveness, encourages problem-solving, and strengthens understanding between individuals. Consistent practice builds skill in communicating emotions. Daily interactions provide opportunities to express feelings clearly, listen attentively, and respond empathetically. Over time, effective communication becomes habitual, enhancing trust, cooperation, and mutual respect in relationships. The more it is practiced, the more natural and confident expression becomes. Setting boundaries supports healthy emotional communication. Recognizing limits in conversations prevents escalation and ensures respect for emotional space. Clearly stating needs, such as requesting time to process feelings or agreeing to pause discussions, fosters constructive engagement and protects personal well-being. Boundaries maintain balance and prevent conflict from becoming destructive. Feedback is an integral part of building stronger relationships through emotional communication. Encourage reciprocal openness by requesting input on how messages are received and adjusting accordingly. Constructive feedback refines communication skills, improves understanding, and strengthens connection. Mutual feedback creates an environment where emotions can be expressed safely and productively. Vulnerability enhances authenticity in emotional expression. Sharing feelings honestly, even when they feel uncomfortable, builds trust and deepens relational bonds. Vulnerability must be balanced with discernment, ensuring that emotions are shared with those capable of responding appropriately. Honest communication fosters intimacy, credibility, and mutual support. Problem-solving through emotional communication strengthens relationships. Expressing feelings in a way that identifies needs and encourages collaboration leads to actionable solutions rather than lingering tension. Combining emotional clarity with cooperative problem-solving ensures that relationships evolve constructively in response to challenges. Gratitude enhances emotional exchanges. Expressing appreciation for efforts, support, and understanding reinforces positive connection and encourages continued constructive interaction. Acknowledgement of positive contributions fosters a culture of respect and reinforces healthy communication patterns. Gratitude balances challenging conversations with recognition of value and effort. Cultural and individual differences influence emotional expression. Recognizing that people have varied norms, sensitivities, and communication styles prevents misunderstanding. Adapting expression to consider these differences promotes respect and ensures that emotional messages are received as intended. Awareness of diversity strengthens interpersonal effectiveness. Reflection strengthens emotional communication. After interactions, consider what worked well, what could be improved, and how emotions were expressed. Reflective practice identifies patterns, refines skills, and enhances awareness for future exchanges. Reflection transforms experience into actionable insight and continuous improvement. Consistency in communication builds reliability and trust. Regularly expressing emotions in a clear, respectful, and empathetic manner establishes predictability, reduces misunderstandings, and reinforces relational stability. Consistent practice demonstrates commitment to connection and personal responsibility. Integrating emotional communication with active problem-solving, listening, empathy, and boundary setting ensures that relationships thrive. Effective expression does not merely convey feelings, but strengthens understanding, collaboration, and trust. Individuals learn to navigate conflicts, reinforce connection, and foster mutual support through deliberate practice. Long-term mastery of emotional communication strengthens personal and professional relationships. It reduces conflict, enhances cooperation, and builds a foundation of trust. By observing feelings, articulating them clearly, listening actively, regulating responses, and practicing empathy, individuals transform interactions from potential sources of tension into opportunities for connection, growth, and mutual understanding. Each conversation becomes a chance to practice honesty, clarity, and responsiveness. Sharing emotions effectively creates a cycle of trust, cooperation, and resilience that reinforces both individual well-being and relational strength. Emotional communication is not simply about words. It is about building deeper understanding, maintaining harmony, and fostering consistent, meaningful connections. Through consistent attention to emotional expression, reflection, empathy, and respectful interaction, individuals strengthen their ability to navigate complex relational dynamics. Clear communication fosters stability, promotes collaboration, and nurtures trust. Mastering the skill of conveying emotions effectively empowers individuals to create healthier, more satisfying, and more enduring personal relationships while enhancing self-awareness and emotional intelligence. Chapter 9. Set healthy boundaries to protect your emotional energy. Setting healthy boundaries is essential for maintaining emotional stability and protecting personal energy. Boundaries define limits on how others can influence, interact with, or demand from you, ensuring that your well-being is preserved. They are not about controlling others, but about taking responsibility for your emotional health and creating space to live intentionally. Developing this skill requires clarity, assertiveness, and consistent practice. The first step in establishing boundaries is self-awareness. Understanding your values, needs, and limits allows you to recognize situations that drain energy or compromise integrity. Awareness includes noticing physical, emotional, and mental reactions to interactions, as these signals often indicate when limits are being tested or crossed. Identifying patterns of discomfort provides guidance for setting precise and effective boundaries. Clarity in communication is crucial. Boundaries must be articulated clearly and calmly. Vague statements or indirect hints leave room for misunderstanding and continued emotional depletion. Using direct language, such as "I am unable to engage in this conversation right now," or "I need time to focus on my priorities," conveys intentions without apology or defensiveness. Clear communication ensures that limits are understood and respected. Consistency reinforces boundaries. Setting limits once without follow-through can lead to repeated violations. Consistently applying boundary signals commitment to personal values and creates expectations for how others interact with you. Repetition strengthens habits, reduces ambiguity, and maintains emotional energy by preventing recurrent depletion. Learning to say no is fundamental to boundary setting. Refusing requests, invitations, or obligations that conflict with priorities is not selfish. It is a necessary act of self-preservation. Saying no requires practice, as many people fear rejection or conflict. Framing refusals politely, yet firmly allows protection of energy while maintaining respect for others. Recognizing and addressing guilt is part of protecting boundaries. Many individuals feel responsible for the emotions or actions of others, leading them to compromise their limits. Understanding that emotional responsibility belongs primarily to the individual experiencing the emotion reduces guilt. Boundaries protect your well-being without diminishing empathy or concern for others. Monitoring relationships for reciprocity strengthens emotional protection. Healthy interactions are characterized by mutual respect, effort, and consideration. Boundaries help identify patterns where energy is consistently taken without replenishment. Recognizing unbalanced relationships allows adjustments that preserve stability and prevent long-term emotional drain. Physical and digital boundaries are increasingly important in maintaining energy. Limiting availability through time management, device usage, and selective engagement prevents intrusion and stress. Allocating specific periods for work, rest, and personal connection supports emotional equilibrium and ensures energy is directed intentionally. Establishing boundaries requires assertiveness. Assertiveness balances respect for self with respect for others, ensuring limits are communicated confidently and calmly. Avoiding aggression or passivity allows the message to be received without conflict while reinforcing personal autonomy. Assertive communication reduces misunderstandings and encourages others to honor limits. Boundaries are dynamic and context-dependent. They may shift according to circumstances, roles, or life stages. Regular assessment ensures that limits remain aligned with current needs, goals, and priorities. Flexibility allows adaptation without compromising core values, preventing rigidity that could lead to resentment or stress. Boundaries support mental clarity by reducing cognitive load from overcommitment and stress. Protecting focus allows concentration on priorities, problem-solving, and self-improvement. Energy preserved through boundaries enhances productivity, decision-making, and resilience, enabling more intentional and balanced engagement in life. Setting emotional boundaries fosters healthier interpersonal communication. When limits are clear, interactions become more predictable, respectful, and constructive. Others are less likely to trigger reactive responses or create tension when expectations are transparent. Boundaries create an environment conducive to trust, collaboration, and mutual respect. Self-care practices complement boundaries by reinforcing limits with tangible actions. Regular exercise, rest, mindfulness, and leisure activities replenish energy, making it easier to maintain standards and respond effectively to demands. Prioritizing personal well-being supports consistent boundary enforcement and overall emotional strength. Boundaries also protect against manipulation and exploitation. People with strong limits are less susceptible to guilt, pressure, or coercion. Recognizing attempts to breach boundaries and responding decisively prevents unnecessary emotional stress and maintains personal integrity. Awareness and preparedness are key to sustaining protection. Reflection strengthens boundary-setting skill. Evaluating interactions, noting successes, and identifying areas for improvement builds confidence and clarity. Reflection also highlights personal patterns and recurring challenges, providing insight into where adjustments are needed to maintain emotional stability. Boundaries enhance self-respect and confidence. Individuals who uphold limits demonstrate care for themselves and clarity in values. This self-assuredness strengthens emotional resilience, encourages authentic interactions, and attracts reciprocal respect from others. Confidence in limits reduces anxiety and promotes consistent well-being. Empathy and boundaries can coexist. Establishing limits does not require dismissing others' feelings, but involves responding with consideration while protecting one's own energy. Balanced boundaries ensure that compassion does not become a source of personal depletion. Empathy guided by clear limits fosters healthier, sustainable relationships. Time management supports boundary maintenance. Allocating specific periods for obligations, personal growth, and rest ensures that priorities are met without overextending energy. Structured schedules provide concrete support for maintaining limits, reducing stress, and increasing overall effectiveness. Boundaries reduce conflict by setting clear expectations. Misunderstandings often arise from unspoken assumptions or unrecognized limits. Transparent communication of boundaries prevents unnecessary tension, clarifies responsibilities, and promotes cooperative interaction. Prevention through clarity is more effective than resolving reactive conflict. Celebrating boundary successes reinforces commitment. Recognizing moments when limits were upheld, even under pressure, strengthens confidence and encourages continued practice. Positive reinforcement builds consistency, resilience, and awareness, ensuring that boundaries remain effective over time. Boundaries cultivate focus and intentionality. When energy is protected, attention can be directed toward goals, personal development, and meaningful relationships. Maintaining limits ensures that life choices align with values, priorities, and long-term objectives, creating both satisfaction and stability. Educating others about personal boundaries fosters understanding and mutual respect. Explaining the purpose of limits calmly and clearly reduces confusion, encourages cooperation, and reinforces relational harmony. Awareness and dialogue make boundaries more effective and sustainable. Long-term practice of boundary setting transforms personal and professional life. Individuals experience reduced stress, improved relationships, and enhanced emotional clarity. Boundaries allow for consistent engagement with meaningful activities while minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure. The discipline of protecting emotional energy supports resilience, autonomy, and purposeful living. Consistently maintaining healthy boundaries empowers individuals to live intentionally, prioritize well-being, and foster constructive relationships. Awareness, communication, assertiveness, and reflection form the core skills for preserving emotional energy. Boundaries are not restrictive but liberating, providing the space needed to thrive, focus on personal growth, and respond to challenges with strength, clarity, and composure. Chapter 10. Reflect daily to understand progress and adjust behaviors. Daily reflection is a powerful tool for personal growth, emotional mastery, and intentional living. Taking time each day to review actions, decisions, and emotional responses allows individuals to understand patterns, measure progress, and identify areas for improvement. Reflection is not about judgment or self-criticism. It is about clarity, awareness, and learning. By consistently engaging in this practice, people gain insight into their behaviors, strengthen self-discipline, and make deliberate adjustments that support long-term success. The first step in effective reflection is setting aside dedicated time. Even a few focused minutes at the start or end of the day can create meaningful insight. This time should be free from distractions and approached with intention. A consistent routine reinforces the habit, signals commitment to self-improvement, and ensures that reflection becomes an integral part of daily life rather than an occasional activity. Observation is at the core of reflection. Take note of what occurred throughout the day, including emotional reactions, decisions made, and interactions with others. Recording these observations provides a clear picture of patterns that influence behavior and emotional responses. Awareness of recurring triggers, successes, and challenges informs future actions and supports constructive change. Analyzing actions and responses is the next essential step. Consider what went well and why. Identify decisions that led to positive outcomes and examine the specific behaviors that produced those results. Equally, acknowledge choices or reactions that could have been handled differently. Understanding cause and effect enhances insight, enabling intentional adjustment of behaviors over time. Evaluating emotional responses allows deeper understanding of personal triggers and patterns. Notice which situations provoked stress, frustration, or joy, and examine the reasons behind these reactions. Recognizing these patterns helps develop strategies for managing emotions more effectively and responding thoughtfully in similar circumstances. Emotional awareness builds resilience and strengthens interpersonal relationships. Journaling is an effective method to structure reflection. Writing down experiences, thoughts, and feelings organizes mental processes and makes insights tangible. Journals create a record for comparison over time, allowing tracking of growth, recurring challenges, and evolving habits. Daily entries reinforce consistency, provide accountability, and enhance self-understanding. Setting measurable goals enhances the value of reflection. Identify objectives for personal growth, emotional regulation, or behavioral improvement, and assess progress daily. Tracking small achievements strengthens motivation, highlights areas needing focus, and provides a roadmap for continued development. Goals transform reflection from observation into actionable change. Reflection also involves asking specific, probing questions. Consider questions like, what did I handle well today? What could I have done differently? What emotions surfaced and why? What patterns are emerging in my behavior? These inquiries guide analysis, encourage honesty, and stimulate thoughtful insight that can inform future actions. Recognizing successes, even small ones, is critical. Daily reflection should celebrate achievements, progress, and instances of disciplined behavior. Positive reinforcement strengthens habits, encourages perseverance, and promotes a constructive mindset. Acknowledging accomplishments balances critique and fosters confidence and resilience. Identifying areas for improvement is equally important. Reflection is not intended for self-punishment, but for constructive growth. Pinpoint moments where reactions, decisions, or behaviors were ineffective or counterproductive. Evaluate the factors contributing to these moments and consider alternative approaches. This process equips individuals with strategies to handle similar situations more effectively in the future. Reflection enhances decision-making. By reviewing past choices and outcomes, individuals gain insight into the effectiveness of different approaches. This understanding informs future decisions, reduces impulsivity, and strengthens the ability to respond thoughtfully. Awareness of consequences improves judgment and encourages strategic, intentional action. Mindful reflection encourages presence and clarity. Focusing attention on experiences without judgment allows accurate assessment of behaviors and emotions. Mindfulness during reflection prevents distortion by stress, fatigue, or bias, creating a clear view of what occurred and how to adjust moving forward. Daily reflection strengthens emotional intelligence. Understanding personal emotions and reactions enhances self-awareness, empathy, and interpersonal effectiveness. Recognizing how actions affect others and how external factors influence emotions promotes better relationships, communication, and collaboration. Reflection is a practical exercise in emotional mastery and social competence. Incorporating feedback from others enhances insight. Reflect on constructive input received from peers, mentors, or loved ones, and evaluate its relevance to personal growth. Feedback provides perspectives that may not be apparent internally, revealing blind spots and opportunities for improvement. Combining internal observation with external input enriches understanding and effectiveness. Reflection supports adaptability. Life is dynamic, and circumstances change. Reviewing experiences daily allows for adjustments in behavior, strategy, and perspective, ensuring that responses remain aligned with evolving goals and challenges. Regular reflection equips individuals to adapt proactively rather than reactively. Consistency is essential for impact. Reflection practiced sporadically provides limited insight, whereas daily engagement produces a cumulative effect. Over time, patterns, progress, and opportunities for growth become increasingly clear, reinforcing habits and improving emotional regulation, decision-making, and overall life management. Visualization enhances reflection by imagining future application of lessons learned. Envision responding differently to challenges, handling emotions more effectively, or improving specific behaviors. Visualization reinforces learning, strengthens neural pathways associated with positive habits, and prepares the mind for deliberate action. Reflection encourages accountability. By reviewing choices and actions each day, individuals take ownership of their behaviors, decisions, and outcomes. Accountability fosters integrity, discipline, and commitment to personal growth. Daily assessment ensures that effort is aligned with goals and values. Integrating reflection into goal planning maximizes effectiveness. Insights gained through reflection can refine strategies, adjust timelines, and prioritize actions. By applying lessons to immediate and long-term objectives, reflection translates into measurable progress and tangible improvement. Reflection improves stress management. Examining emotional responses to challenging events reveals coping strategies that work and those that need adjustment. Awareness of triggers, combined with evaluation of responses, enables proactive management of stress, enhancing resilience and emotional stability. Reflection cultivates self-discipline. The practice requires consistency, honesty, and intentional engagement with one's thoughts and actions. Developing the habit strengthens focus, encourages deliberate behavior, and fosters long-term improvement across multiple areas of life. Daily reflection enhances clarity of purpose. Reviewing actions, choices, and emotions illuminates alignment with personal values and long-term goals. This clarity informs priorities, reduces distractions, and ensures that energy is invested in activities that contribute meaningfully to growth and fulfillment. Over time, the cumulative effect of consistent reflection is transformative. Individuals gain heightened self-awareness, improved emotional regulation, better decision-making, and greater resilience. Reflection turns experience into knowledge, habits into mastery, and challenges into opportunities for growth. The practice of daily reflection is an active, deliberate, and continuous process. It creates a feedback loop that informs behavior, guides emotional responses, and supports intentional life design. Each day becomes an opportunity to observe, analyze, and adjust, ensuring that personal development is ongoing and purposeful. Daily reflection strengthens the connection between intention and action. By reviewing the day's experiences with honesty and focus, individuals understand how well actions align with values, identify gaps, and implement adjustments. This cycle promotes growth, consistency, and mastery of self in all aspects of life. Engaging in daily reflection builds a resilient and adaptive mindset. By systematically assessing emotions, behaviors, and outcomes, individuals develop the capacity to respond thoughtfully, adjust strategies, and navigate life with clarity and purpose. Reflection transforms ordinary experiences into valuable lessons, empowering continuous improvement and meaningful personal growth. Chapter 11. Manage stress actively through breathing and relaxation techniques. Stress is a natural response to life's challenges, but when unmanaged, it can affect physical health, emotional balance, and overall well-being. Learning to actively manage stress is essential for maintaining clarity, focus, and resilience. Breathing and relaxation techniques are practical tools that provide immediate relief, enhance mental control, and support long-term stress reduction. Regular practice allows individuals to respond to challenges calmly, maintain emotional stability, and prevent the negative consequences of chronic stress. The first step in managing stress through breathing is awareness. Recognize the signs of tension in the body, such as tight shoulders, rapid heartbeat, shallow breathing, or restlessness. Noticing these physical and emotional indicators early allows timely intervention before stress escalates. Awareness provides a foundation for intentional action rather than reactive patterns that worsen tension. Deep diaphragmatic breathing is a simple and powerful technique. Instead of shallow chest breathing, inhale slowly through the nose, allowing the abdomen to expand fully. Pause briefly, then exhale gently and completely through the mouth. This process stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system, reducing heart rate, lowering blood pressure, and creating a sense of calm. Practicing deep breathing regularly trains the body to respond to stress with relaxation rather than tension. Controlled breathing can be enhanced through structured patterns. Techniques such as the 4-7-8 method, box breathing, or alternate nostril breathing provide rhythm and focus. In the 4-7-8 method, inhale for 4 counts, hold for 7, and exhale for 8. Box breathing involves inhaling, holding, exhaling, and pausing each for equal counts. These patterns increase mindfulness, reduce anxiety, and support mental health by centering attention on the present moment. Progressive muscle relaxation complements breathing exercises. This technique involves systematically tensing and releasing muscle groups throughout the body. Beginning with the feet and moving upward to the head, consciously contract muscles for a few seconds and then release fully. The contrast between tension and relaxation heightens body awareness, relieves physical stress, and enhances the calming effects of focused breathing. Visualization enhances relaxation techniques. While breathing slowly, imagine tension leaving the body with each exhale and energy or calmness entering with each inhale. Visualization strengthens mental focus, reinforces positive sensations, and creates a mental environment conducive to tranquility. Combining breath with imagery deepens the overall relaxation experience. Mindful attention during stress management reinforces effectiveness. Focus on the physical sensation of breath entering and leaving the body, noticing subtle movements and shifts in tension. Awareness of the present moment prevents rumination on past events or anxiety about the future, which are common sources of stress. Mindfulness enhances control over emotional and physiological responses. Incorporating brief breathing exercises throughout the day reduces cumulative stress. Even 1 to 3 minutes of focused breathing during transitions, breaks, or stressful situations provides immediate relief and prevents escalation. Regular micro-practices build resilience over time and reinforce the habit of active stress management. Rhythmic movement can support relaxation practices. Gentle stretching, yoga poses, or slow walking while coordinating breath and movement improves circulation, reduces muscle tension, and complements mental relaxation. Physical engagement combined with conscious breathing accelerates the release of stress hormones and promotes overall well-being. Stress management also involves structured routines. Establishing morning or evening relaxation practices reinforces consistency. Starting the day with focused breathing or ending with a guided relaxation session sets a tone of calmness, prepares the mind for challenges, and ensures that emotional energy is replenished regularly. Consistent practice transforms relaxation into a reliable coping mechanism. Listening to calming auditory cues enhances stress reduction. Soft music, natural sounds, or guided breathing recordings support focus and mental relaxation. Auditory stimulation can synchronize attention, reduce intrusive thoughts, and amplify the physiological benefits of breath control and relaxation. These external aids strengthen engagement and make practice more effective. Combining deep breathing with cognitive techniques increases effectiveness. While focusing on the breath, acknowledge stresses without judgment and allow thoughts to pass without attachment. This cognitive detachment reduces mental agitation, prevents rumination, and fosters emotional clarity. Breath-centered awareness supports mental and emotional regulation simultaneously. Biofeedback can be integrated into relaxation practice to monitor physiological responses. Devices or applications that measure heart rate variability, respiration, or muscle tension provide real-time feedback, allowing adjustments to breathing patterns and relaxation strategies. Feedback reinforces the mind-body connection and improves efficiency in managing stress actively. Regular evaluation of stress triggers strengthens long-term management. Identifying situations, people, or patterns that consistently cause tension allows preparation and application of targeted breathing or relaxation techniques in advance. Proactive management reduces reactivity and enhances control over emotional and physiological responses. Deep breathing supports sleep quality, which is critical for stress resilience. Practicing controlled breathing before bed reduces sympathetic nervous system activity, lowers heart rate, and promotes relaxation, leading to more restorative rest. Improved sleep strengthens cognitive function, emotional regulation, and overall capacity to manage stress. Stress management through breath also enhances focus and productivity. Calming the mind reduces mental clutter, improves decision-making, and allows clearer prioritization of tasks. Consistent practice ensures that stress does not impede performance, enabling consistent progress toward personal and professional goals. Breathing exercises paired with gratitude or positive affirmations deepen emotional benefits, while inhaling silently acknowledge aspects of life that bring satisfaction, and exhale releasing tension and negative thought patterns. Combining physiological and cognitive techniques strengthens resilience, reduces anxiety, and promotes constructive mindset shifts. Group or guided sessions can reinforce practice. Participating in workshops, classes, or online guided relaxation sessions provides accountability, structured support, and exposure to advanced techniques. Collaborative practice fosters motivation, expands knowledge, and strengthens commitment to regular stress management. Breathing and relaxation techniques build long-term adaptability. Regular practice enhances the body's ability to return to a calm state quickly under pressure. Over time, physiological responses become more balanced, emotional reactivity diminishes, and the mind remains composed in challenging situations. The cumulative effect improves health, performance, and well-being. Integrating these practices into daily life requires deliberate intention. Set reminders, designate specific times, or create environmental cues to ensure consistency. Embedding stress management into routine makes it automatic, reducing the likelihood of neglect during busy or demanding periods. Education about physiological stress responses strengthens commitment. Understanding how cortisol, heart rate and muscle tension impact performance and health motivates consistent practice. Knowledge reinforces the rationale behind breath and relaxation techniques, encouraging adherence and mindful engagement. Active stress management supports emotional balance. When tension is controlled, individuals respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Emotional regulation improves communication, decision-making, and relationships. Breath-centered relaxation empowers the mind to navigate challenges with clarity and resilience. Reflection after practice enhances results. Observing how the body and mind respond to techniques provides insight into effectiveness, preferred methods, and necessary adjustments. Continuous evaluation ensures that stress management remains adaptive and responsive to evolving needs. Mastering stress through breathing and relaxation transforms daily life. Individuals gain control over their emotional responses, maintain energy for meaningful activities, and build resilience against adversity. Consistent engagement with these techniques enhances mental clarity, emotional stability, and physical well-being, creating a foundation for personal growth and lasting balance. Chapter 12. Challenge limiting beliefs to foster empowering self-perceptions. Limiting beliefs are mental barriers that constrain potential, influence decisions, and reduce confidence. They often develop through past experiences, societal conditioning, or repeated negative self-talk. Recognizing and challenging these beliefs is essential for fostering empowering self-perceptions and achieving meaningful personal growth. These beliefs can manifest as doubts, fears, or internalized messages that prevent action, growth, or self-expression. The process of challenging them begins with awareness, honest evaluation, and deliberate intervention to replace them with constructive, truth-based perspectives. The first step in overcoming limiting beliefs is identification. Pay attention to recurring thoughts that undermine confidence or create hesitation. Statements like "I'm not capable," "I always fail," or "I don't deserve success" signal internalized barriers. Writing these thoughts down clarifies patterns and provides a foundation for analysis. Recognizing limiting beliefs is critical because unexamined assumptions continue to shape behavior unconsciously. Questioning the origin of each belief is a practical approach. Reflect on why these ideas exist, whether they stem from past criticism, societal expectations, or personal failures. Understanding the root source separates fact from perception and creates space for rational evaluation. This step fosters self-awareness and prepares the mind for constructive change. Evaluate the evidence supporting each belief. Ask whether the assumption is objectively true or based on incomplete experiences. Often limiting beliefs are exaggerated generalizations rather than accurate reflections of reality. Assessing evidence logically helps dismantle false narratives and replaces them with a balanced understanding of capabilities and possibilities. Replace limiting beliefs with empowering alternatives. For each negative thought, formulate a positive and realistic counterstatement. Instead of "I cannot succeed," adopt "I can learn and improve through consistent effort." Constructive beliefs shift focus from fear to opportunity, enhancing confidence, motivation, and resilience. Repetition of these affirmations reinforces new neural pathways and strengthens the internalized sense of capability. Visualization strengthens the adoption of empowering beliefs. Imagine achieving goals, handling challenges effectively, and demonstrating competence. Visualization helps internalize success as attainable, reinforces positive self-perception, and encourages behaviors aligned with new beliefs. Mental rehearsal accelerates confidence and reduces the influence of old, limiting narratives. Behavioral experiments test beliefs in practical scenarios. Take small, deliberate actions that challenge doubts. If the belief is "I am not persuasive," practice presenting ideas in low-risk situations. Observe outcomes objectively and note successes. Action provides evidence that counteracts limiting assumptions, reinforcing self-efficacy through real experience rather than abstract thinking. Surrounding oneself with supportive influences enhances belief transformation. Engage with individuals who encourage growth, provide constructive feedback, and model empowering mindsets. Positive environments reinforce the perception of possibility and diminish reinforcement of outdated limitations. Social context strongly affects the internalization of beliefs, making deliberate association essential. Mindfulness and self-reflection support the identification and reshaping of beliefs. Observing thoughts without judgment allows recognition of habitual patterns and emotional reactions. Awareness of triggers, negative self-talk, and habitual doubt enables timely intervention and conscious replacement of limiting ideas with empowering perspectives. Mindfulness strengthens clarity and control over internal narratives. Documenting progress solidifies change. Maintain a journal to record insights, actions, successes, and challenges related to challenging beliefs. Tracking evidence of growth reinforces the reality of capability, providing tangible reminders of achievement and consistency. Written reflection makes transformation concrete and sustainable. Challenge perfectionism as a common limiting belief. Many individuals believe that mistakes define worth or competence. Recognize that errors are learning opportunities and do not diminish value. Embracing imperfection promotes experimentation, creativity, and resilience, while dismantling fear-driven limitations. Perfectionism can be replaced with realistic standards and self-compassion. Reframing failure is essential. Limiting beliefs often associate risk with personal inadequacy. Viewing setbacks as feedback rather than judgment transforms perception and fosters proactive behavior. Each experience becomes a source of insight and opportunity for growth, reinforcing the belief that capability is developed through action rather than innate ability alone. Affirmation and repetition reinforce new self-perceptions. Regularly stating empowering statements, even in the absence of immediate evidence, strengthens belief systems over time. Consistency is key, as the mind gradually internalizes repeated positive narratives, reducing the influence of previous limiting assumptions. Setting small, achievable goals builds confidence and reinforces empowerment. Break larger objectives into manageable steps that demonstrate capability and progress. Achieving these incremental goals provides practical proof that challenges can be overcome, reinforcing the validity of new beliefs and increasing motivation for further action. Seek feedback intentionally to challenge internal assumptions. Ask for perspectives from trusted sources regarding skills, contributions, and potential. Objective observations often contradict negative self-beliefs, providing evidence that supports the adoption of empowering perceptions. External input accelerates recognition of personal strengths and untapped potential. Replace comparison with self-evaluation. Limiting beliefs frequently arise from measuring oneself against others rather than evaluating individual growth. Focus on personal progress, learning, and improvement. Shifting the metric from external validation to internal development reduces self-criticism and strengthens constructive self-perception. Visualization combined with goal setting creates alignment between belief and action. Mentally rehearsing steps toward desired outcomes reinforces confidence in capability and reduces fear. Goals act as tangible evidence that challenges can be met, while visualization maintains motivation and focus. The synergy of planning and imagination strengthens self-efficacy. Recognize emotional responses associated with limiting beliefs. Fear, hesitation, or self-doubt often accompany restrictive thoughts. Acknowledge these emotions without judgment and use them as cues to apply empowering strategies. Understanding the connection between belief and emotional reaction enhances control and fosters resilience in challenging situations. Adopt a mindset of growth rather than fixed limitations. Beliefs that imply static ability hinder development. Emphasize learning, adaptation, and continuous improvement. Believing in the capacity to evolve reinforces proactive behavior, increases confidence, and sustains motivation in pursuit of personal and professional goals. Consistency in challenging beliefs ensures long-term transformation. Daily attention to thoughts, regular reflection, and repeated reinforcement of positive narratives prevent relapse into outdated patterns. Sustained practice strengthens new neural pathways, ensuring that empowering beliefs become habitual and intuitive. Recognize that setbacks do not invalidate progress. Old limiting beliefs may resurface during challenging situations. Treat these moments as opportunities to reaffirm new perspectives and strengthen resilience. Awareness, repetition, and constructive action reinforce the permanence of empowering self-perceptions. Celebrate incremental success to reinforce belief change. Acknowledging progress, however small, validates effort, strengthens confidence, and motivates continued engagement with transformative practices. Recognition reinforces the mind's perception of capability, accelerating the internalization of empowering self-beliefs. Challenging limiting beliefs transforms mindset, decision-making, and emotional resilience. Individuals gain clarity, confidence, and the ability to pursue meaningful goals without being hindered by internal barriers. Through awareness, analysis, action, and reinforcement, restrictive assumptions are replaced with empowering narratives that foster personal growth, strengthen self-perception, and enable consistent achievement across all areas of life. Chapter 13. Cultivate patience to respond calmly in difficult situations. Patience is a skill that directly influences emotional stability, decision-making, and interpersonal effectiveness. Cultivating patience allows individuals to respond to challenging circumstances calmly, reducing impulsive reactions and fostering clear, rational thinking. It is not a passive acceptance of difficulties, but an active practice of restraint, awareness, and intentional response. Developing patience requires consistent effort, self-observation, and strategies to manage internal impulses while maintaining composure in the face of stress, frustration, or uncertainty. The first step in building patience is recognizing moments of impatience. Notice the physiological and emotional cues, such as tension, rapid heartbeat, restlessness, or irritation. Awareness provides insight into triggers and identifies situations where patience is tested. Observing these reactions without judgment creates the foundation for deliberate control and thoughtful response. Understanding the cause of impatience enhances self-regulation. Analyze why certain events provoke frustration or urgency. It may relate to expectations, perceived obstacles, or personal pressures. By understanding the origin, individuals can assess whether their responses are proportional or require adjustment, enabling a more measured and constructive reaction. Deep, intentional breathing supports calmness during challenging situations. Slow inhalation and exhalation help regulate the nervous system, reduce physical tension, and focus attention on the present moment. Conscious breathing provides a simple yet powerful tool to pause before responding, creating space for thoughtful consideration rather than reactive behavior. Reframing perspective strengthens patience. Rather than focusing on obstacles or delays, consider challenges as opportunities for learning, problem-solving, or skill development. This shift reduces frustration and promotes adaptive thinking, allowing individuals to engage with situations thoughtfully rather than reactively. Practicing delayed gratification enhances long-term patience. Engage in exercises where immediate desires are postponed for more meaningful outcomes. This may include completing tasks before leisure, saving resources for larger goals, or allowing time for reflection before decision-making. Consistent practice strengthens the capacity to tolerate waiting and reduces impulsive tendencies. Mindfulness reinforces the development of patience. Focus on the present moment without judgment, noticing sensations, emotions, and thoughts as they arise. Mindful awareness prevents overreaction to minor frustrations and allows individuals to respond deliberately rather than automatically, creating stability in emotionally charged situations. Setting realistic expectations supports calm responses. Impatience often arises from unrealistic standards for people, processes, or outcomes. Clarifying what is achievable and adjusting timelines accordingly reduces unnecessary stress and frustration, allowing for more measured and effective engagement with circumstances. Visualization enhances patience by mentally rehearsing calm responses. Imagine encountering challenging situations and responding with composure and clarity. Visual rehearsal prepares the mind to act intentionally, reinforces the skill of restraint, and builds confidence in handling future difficulties with patience and control. Developing empathy strengthens patience in interpersonal interactions. Recognize that others have perspectives, limitations, and experiences that influence behavior. Understanding these factors fosters tolerance, reduces emotional reactivity, and supports calm, constructive communication even in challenging social situations. Incremental practice cultivates patience over time. Start with small challenges or minor inconveniences and intentionally practice responding calmly. Gradually increase the complexity or intensity of situations to build resilience and control. Consistency strengthens habit formation, making patience an automatic aspect of behavior rather than a conscious effort alone. Self-reflection supports the growth of patience. Evaluate moments when impatience arose, noting triggers, reactions, and potential alternatives. Identify successful strategies for maintaining calm and areas requiring improvement. Reflection provides insight, encourages deliberate adjustments, and reinforces learning from experience. Positive self-talk reinforces patience. Use internal affirmations, such as "I can remain calm," "This situation will pass," or "I choose thoughtful response," to redirect the mind from reactive impulses. Consistent self-directed guidance strengthens mental control and fosters a stable emotional state under pressure. Stress reduction techniques enhance patience. Engage in activities such as physical exercise, relaxation exercises, or mindful meditation to maintain overall emotional equilibrium. Reduced baseline stress improves the ability to respond calmly in difficult situations and prevents impatience from escalating. Anticipating challenges promotes proactive patience. Consider potential obstacles and prepare strategies in advance to handle delays, resistance, or setbacks. Anticipation reduces surprise and enhances composure, allowing responses to remain deliberate and measured rather than reactive. Time management reinforces patience by reducing pressure from unnecessary urgency. Prioritize tasks, set achievable goals, and create realistic schedules. When time is organized effectively, individuals are less likely to experience frustration from delays or interruptions, maintaining calm and focus throughout the day. Observing role models demonstrates practical patience. Notice how individuals with composure handle challenges, adversity, or interpersonal difficulties. Learning from examples provides actionable insights, inspires disciplined behavior, and reinforces the understanding that patience is a skill developed through conscious effort and practice. Developing resilience supports the cultivation of patience. Emotional resilience allows individuals to absorb setbacks, tolerate discomfort, and maintain composure without reactive behavior. Strengthening adaptability and perspective provides the mental framework necessary to remain calm in situations that would otherwise provoke impatience. Celebrating small victories reinforces patient behavior. Recognize moments when composure was maintained, even in minor challenges. Positive reinforcement strengthens confidence in the ability to respond thoughtfully, increasing motivation to continue practicing patience in progressively more demanding situations. Boundary setting enhances patience in interpersonal contexts. Protecting energy by limiting exposure to unnecessary stresses or toxic influences reduces irritation and prevents depletion. Clear boundaries create space for thoughtful engagement, enabling calm responses rather than reactive outbursts. Combining reflection, mindfulness, and intentional practice ensures consistent development of patience. Observing behavior, analyzing responses, and actively applying calming techniques integrates patience into daily life. This creates a durable skill that influences decision-making, relationships, and personal resilience. Patience supports rational decision-making under pressure. By pausing to assess options, evaluate consequences, and consider long-term outcomes, individuals make choices that are thoughtful, effective, and aligned with values. Calm consideration prevents impulsive mistakes and strengthens overall judgment. Practicing gratitude fosters tolerance and perspective, indirectly enhancing patience. Recognizing positive aspects of circumstances, personal growth, and relationships reduces the intensity of frustration and encourages measured responses. A grateful mindset supports emotional equilibrium and contributes to deliberate, patient behavior. Developing patience transforms personal and professional interactions. Calm responses diffuse tension, encourage collaboration, and inspire trust. Individuals who demonstrate composure set an example, influence others positively, and create an environment where thoughtful communication and effective problem-solving prevail. Long-term cultivation of patience builds resilience and emotional mastery. Over time, individuals experience reduced stress, improved decision-making, and greater capacity to handle adversity. Patience becomes an intrinsic part of behavior, supporting clarity, stability, and consistent achievement in both personal and professional life. Intentional practice of patience requires awareness, reflection, and consistent application. Using breathing, mindfulness, visualization, and proactive strategies strengthens control over emotional responses. This disciplined approach ensures that challenges are met calmly, impulsive reactions are minimized, and personal growth is continuously reinforced. Patience is not merely enduring difficulty, but responding with clarity, composure, and strategic thought. Developing this skill empowers individuals to handle adversity effectively, maintain emotional balance, and navigate complex situations with resilience and confidence. Consistent cultivation of patience transforms challenges into opportunities for growth and fosters long-term mastery of self in all areas of life. Chapter 14. Develop self-compassion to reduce inner criticism and doubt. Self-compassion is a fundamental practice for cultivating emotional resilience, reducing self-criticism, and fostering a positive internal dialogue. Many people experience persistent inner doubt and harsh judgment that undermines confidence, creates anxiety, and hinders personal growth. Developing self-compassion involves treating oneself with kindness, understanding mistakes without judgment, and recognizing that imperfections are part of the human experience. By actively practicing self-compassion, individuals build emotional stability, strengthen self-worth, and create a mindset that supports consistent growth and meaningful achievement. The first step in developing self-compassion is awareness of self-critical thoughts. Notice when internal dialogue becomes harsh, judgmental, or demeaning. Pay attention to phrases such as "I am not good enough," "I always fail," or "I should have done better." Recognizing these patterns is essential because unexamined negative self-talk unconsciously drives behavior, influencing decisions and emotional responses. Once awareness is established, intentionally reframe self-critical thoughts. Replace judgment with understanding and encouragement. For instance, transform "I failed at this task" into "I made a mistake and can learn from it." Reframing emphasizes growth over perfection and shifts focus from self-blame to constructive reflection. This practice strengthens emotional resilience and builds a supportive internal environment. Acknowledging common humanity is a critical component of self-compassion. Understand that mistakes, setbacks, and limitations are part of being human and shared by others. Recognizing this universality reduces feelings of isolation and fosters a sense of connection. When people understand that imperfection is normal, they are less likely to judge themselves harshly and more likely to respond with patience and kindness. Mindfulness reinforces self-compassion by promoting present moment awareness without judgment. Observe emotions and thoughts as they arise, accepting them without labeling them as good or bad. Mindful observation prevents over-identification with negative experiences and reduces the intensity of self-criticism. Awareness, coupled with acceptance, creates space for deliberate and constructive responses. Practical exercises strengthen self-compassion. Begin by dedicating a few minutes each day to focus on self-kindness. Speak to yourself with the same care and encouragement that would be offered to a close friend. Reflect on challenges or setbacks and consciously respond with understanding and encouragement. Repetition of these exercises rewires habitual patterns of judgment into supportive self-talk. Recognizing accomplishments, however small, reinforces self-compassion. Often, individuals focus exclusively on perceived failures, ignoring progress or effort. Consciously acknowledging achievements, growth, and consistent effort promotes positive self-perception and balances the tendency toward criticism. Celebrating progress fosters motivation and strengthens confidence. Self-compassion includes managing expectations realistically. Unreasonable standards often fuel self-doubt and frustration. Establish achievable goals, recognize limitations, and accept that some outcomes may be beyond immediate control. Balanced expectations reduce unnecessary self-judgment and create a framework that supports sustainable growth. Forgiving oneself is a vital aspect of self-compassion. Mistakes or missed opportunities do not define value or ability. Release resentment or self-blame and view errors as feedback for improvement. Forgiveness allows emotional recovery, strengthens resilience, and prevents negative cycles of rumination or anxiety. Physical awareness enhances self-compassion. Notice signs of stress, tension, or fatigue in the body and respond with care. Prioritize rest, nutrition, and movement as acts of kindness toward oneself. Attending to physical well-being reinforces the connection between self-care and emotional balance, supporting overall stability and growth. Journaling facilitates reflection and strengthens self-compassion. Write about experiences, challenges, and emotions with an emphasis on understanding and kindness. Document efforts, lessons learned, and instances of personal resilience. Journaling provides a tangible record of growth and encourages consistent reinforcement of compassionate thought patterns. Self-compassion encourages constructive problem-solving. Viewing challenges with kindness and curiosity rather than judgment enhances clarity and creativity. When internal dialogue is supportive, individuals are more willing to experiment, take calculated risks, and persist through difficulties without paralyzing doubt. Compassion becomes a catalyst for effective action. Guided self-compassion practices, including meditation or visualization, amplify benefits. Techniques that focus on sending care and understanding to oneself during moments of difficulty reduce emotional reactivity and enhance resilience. Guided exercises provide structured reinforcement, making the practice accessible and effective even in high-stress situations. Setting boundaries is connected to self-compassion. Protecting emotional energy by limiting exposure to toxic influences, overcommitment, or unnecessary stress is an act of care. Boundaries allow space for reflection, recovery, and focused personal growth, while preventing the reinforcement of self-critical thoughts through external pressures. Consistently practicing self-compassion strengthens emotional intelligence. Understanding and managing one's emotions becomes easier when self-judgment is reduced. Emotional regulation improves, leading to healthier relationships, better communication, and enhanced capacity to handle challenges constructively. Compassion towards self translates into greater empathy and patience with others. Positive affirmations reinforce internal dialogue. Regularly stating statements like "I am capable and worthy," "I treat myself with kindness," or "I learn and grow from challenges" replaces habitual negative patterns. Repetition strengthens the internal belief system and gradually shifts perception from doubt to confidence. Reflection on past growth nurtures self-compassion. Acknowledge ways in which previous difficulties were overcome and lessons were learned. Recognizing resilience and progress counters the focus on perceived failures and builds a foundation of self-respect and appreciation for effort. Self-compassion reduces the impact of external criticism. When internal judgment is balanced with understanding, negative feedback is less likely to trigger severe self-doubt or emotional distress. Compassion creates an internal buffer, allowing objective evaluation of external input while maintaining emotional stability. Engaging in acts of kindness toward oneself reinforces habit. Prioritize time for rest, hobbies, or personal goals without guilt. Treating oneself as deserving of care and attention fosters a mindset that values well-being over constant self-critique. Habits of self-kindness strengthen self-worth and reduce internalized doubt. Mindful acceptance of limitations strengthens long-term emotional resilience. Recognize areas for improvement while appreciating current abilities. Accepting imperfection without harsh judgment reduces anxiety, prevents burnout, and encourages continued effort with realistic expectations. Self-compassion transforms inner dialogue from a source of doubt into a foundation of strength. Individuals become more capable of facing challenges, managing setbacks, and pursuing goals with confidence. By practicing awareness, kindness, mindfulness, and constructive reflection, internal criticism diminishes and emotional well-being flourishes. Consistent practice of self-compassion creates sustainable personal growth. Over time, self-acceptance replaces harsh judgment, inner doubt is reduced, and the ability to respond thoughtfully in challenging situations improves. This practice supports emotional balance, strengthens resilience, and fosters a mindset conducive to continuous learning and achievement. Self-compassion is a deliberate, ongoing practice that enhances self-awareness, emotional regulation, and confidence. By treating oneself with understanding and care, individuals reduce inner criticism, mitigate self-doubt, and develop a supportive internal environment that nurtures growth, resilience, and meaningful personal transformation. Chapter 15. Track emotional patterns to anticipate reactions and prepare solutions. Emotions influence behavior, decisions, and interactions in ways that are often subtle and automatic. Becoming aware of emotional patterns allows individuals to anticipate reactions, respond thoughtfully, and implement solutions before challenges escalate. Tracking emotions provides insight into triggers, recurring responses, and the underlying causes of both positive and negative reactions. By understanding these patterns, individuals can develop strategies to regulate behavior, reduce impulsivity, and maintain balance in complex situations. Emotional tracking is not a passive exercise. It is an active practice that builds self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and resilience. The first step in tracking emotional patterns is cultivating consistent self-observation. Pay attention to how the body responds to events, interactions, and stresses. Notice physical sensations such as tension, heart rate changes, or shallow breathing that often accompany emotional reactions. Awareness of these cues helps in identifying patterns before they manifest in behavior, creating an opportunity for intentional intervention. Documenting emotions provides clarity and structure. Maintaining a journal or digital log of feelings, triggers, and responses allows for objective analysis over time. Record the context of the emotional experience, intensity, duration, and subsequent actions. This systematic approach reveals trends, recurring challenges, and opportunities for improvement that may be difficult to recognize in the moment. Identify triggers that consistently provoke specific emotional responses. Triggers can be external, such as certain people, environments, or events, or internal, such as personal expectations or memories. Recognizing these triggers empowers individuals to anticipate reactions and prepare strategies to manage them proactively. Awareness of triggers reduces the likelihood of automatic or destructive responses. Assess the intensity and frequency of emotional reactions. Understanding which situations generate strong responses and how often they occur allows prioritization of efforts to develop coping strategies. Not all emotional responses require equal attention. Identifying patterns of high-impact reactions ensures focused intervention where it matters most. Analyze the consequences of emotional responses. Consider how feelings influence decisions, communication, and relationships. Reflect on whether reactions lead to constructive outcomes or exacerbate problems. This evaluation informs decisions about which patterns require adjustment and which strategies have been effective in producing positive results. Develop preemptive strategies based on observed patterns. For recurring triggers, create a plan that includes techniques such as breathing exercises, mindfulness, or cognitive reframing. Preparing in advance reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions and supports consistent, thoughtful behavior even under stress. Anticipatory planning enhances emotional control and strengthens resilience. Practice mindfulness during emotional experiences. Observe thoughts, sensations, and impulses without judgment. Mindful awareness allows the individual to recognize the emotional state early and intervene before habitual reactions dominate. This practice enhances clarity, reduces impulsivity, and creates space for deliberate, constructive responses. Incorporate reflective routines to reinforce emotional tracking. At the end of each day, review emotional logs, analyze patterns, and note lessons learned. Reflection ensures that insights gained through observation translate into practical strategies for future situations. Over time, consistent review strengthens predictive understanding and improves emotional regulation. Use pattern recognition to anticipate challenges. Once trends are identified, predict potential reactions in upcoming situations. Preparing mentally and emotionally in advance enables controlled responses and minimizes surprise or overreaction. Anticipation turns emotional awareness into actionable foresight, reducing stress and enhancing decision-making. Combine emotional tracking with goal setting. Identify areas where emotional regulation directly impacts personal or professional objectives. Set specific, measurable targets for improvement, such as reducing impulsive reactions in high-pressure meetings or responding calmly to criticism. Tracking progress toward these goals reinforces accountability and provides motivation for continued effort. Employ practical tools to facilitate tracking. Apps, spreadsheets, or journals with structured prompts help consistently capture emotional experiences. Include fields for triggers, intensity, response, and reflections on outcomes. Systematic documentation increases accuracy, encourages discipline, and allows comprehensive analysis over time. Engage in pattern testing to refine strategies. When a specific response is identified, deliberately apply techniques to modify behavior. Experiment with alternative reactions, coping mechanisms, or mindfulness exercises, and evaluate effectiveness. Iterative testing strengthens adaptability, reinforces successful practices, and reduces the influence of unhelpful emotional habits. Recognize the relationship between emotional patterns and underlying beliefs. Emotions are often connected to thoughts about self, others, and the world. Identify whether negative patterns stem from limiting beliefs, unrealistic expectations, or cognitive distortions. Addressing these foundational factors enhances the effectiveness of interventions and supports sustainable emotional growth. Track positive emotions alongside challenges. Monitoring moments of joy, satisfaction, or pride highlights patterns that contribute to well-being. Recognizing what consistently produces positive experiences allows intentional cultivation of these factors, balancing emotional awareness and fostering resilience. Positive tracking reinforces motivation and strengthens self-understanding. Integrate physical awareness with emotional tracking. Body sensations often precede conscious emotional awareness, providing early indicators of stress, frustration, or excitement. Observing these cues enhances predictive capacity and informs the application of relaxation techniques or cognitive interventions before reactions escalate. Use feedback from trusted sources to enrich tracking. Friends, colleagues, or mentors can provide external perspectives on behavior patterns. Observations from others may reveal blind spots or recurring tendencies that are not immediately apparent. Incorporating external input strengthens accuracy and supports comprehensive understanding of emotional dynamics. Practice proactive coping strategies based on identified patterns. For frequently occurring challenges, prepare tools such as deep breathing, brief meditation, or structured problem-solving approaches. Anticipating reactions allows timely intervention and reduces the risk of emotional escalation, enabling consistent, composed responses in difficult situations. Evaluate long-term trends to identify progress and areas for continued development. Over weeks or months, analyze documented patterns to measure improvement in emotional regulation, response consistency, and coping effectiveness. Recognizing progress reinforces commitment, while identifying remaining challenges informs targeted interventions for ongoing growth. Link emotional tracking to decision-making improvement. By understanding typical responses, individuals can anticipate biases, emotional distortions, or impulsive tendencies that influence choices. Awareness allows deliberate consideration of options and increases the likelihood of decisions aligned with values and goals. Cultivate self-compassion throughout the tracking process. Observing emotional patterns can highlight weaknesses or areas needing improvement, which may provoke judgment or frustration. Responding with understanding and encouragement promotes resilience, reduces discouragement, and reinforces motivation to continue refining emotional awareness and regulation. Leverage emotional tracking to strengthen relationships. Anticipating reactions improves communication, conflict resolution, and empathy. Recognizing personal patterns helps respond thoughtfully to others' behavior, fostering trust and collaboration while minimizing misunderstandings driven by unchecked emotional impulses. Consistency is essential in tracking emotional patterns. Sporadic observation may overlook trends and reduce effectiveness. Daily or frequent attention ensures accuracy, reinforces habit formation, and enables timely intervention when emotional challenges arise. Regular practice creates reliable insight into internal responses. Tracking emotional patterns transforms awareness into actionable foresight. Individuals gain the ability to predict responses, implement preventive strategies, and respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. This process strengthens emotional intelligence, enhances problem-solving, and builds a foundation for proactive personal growth. By observing, documenting, and analyzing emotional tendencies, individuals can convert instinctive reactions into deliberate, controlled responses. Awareness, reflection, and application of strategies cultivate resilience, improve relationships, and support consistent progress toward personal and professional goals. Tracking emotional patterns provides the insight necessary to anticipate challenges, maintain composure, and create solutions that support long-term success and emotional mastery. Chapter 16. Practice forgiveness to release resentment and regain peace. Forgiveness is a conscious decision to release anger, resentment, and the burden of past grievances, allowing emotional freedom and personal peace. Holding on to resentment consumes mental energy, fuels stress, and prevents growth, keeping individuals anchored in negative experiences. Practicing forgiveness does not excuse harmful behavior or require reconciliation, but it empowers the individual to reclaim control over emotions and choose a path toward inner calm and clarity. Developing the habit of forgiveness is a deliberate, ongoing practice that transforms emotional life, enhances resilience, and fosters healthier relationships. The first step in practicing forgiveness is acknowledging the hurt without denial or minimization. Recognize the impact of the event, action, or behavior on emotions and well-being. This acknowledgement validates personal experience, allowing individuals to confront the reality of their feelings rather than suppressing or ignoring them. Awareness of the pain provides a foundation for intentional release. Identify the source of resentment. Determine whether it originates from external actions, internal interpretations, or a combination of both. Understanding the origin clarifies responsibility, separates fact from perception, and creates insight into the dynamics contributing to lingering anger. This clarity is essential for effective emotional processing. Reflect on the consequences of holding on to resentment. Recognize how anger, bitterness, or grudges affect health, decision-making, and relationships. Consider whether the continued focus on past offenses serves any productive purpose or hinders progress. Realizing the personal cost of resentment strengthens motivation to embrace forgiveness as a tool for liberation and growth. Cultivate empathy toward the individual or situation involved. Attempt to understand motives, circumstances, or limitations that contributed to the behavior. Empathy does not justify harmful actions, but provides perspective that reduces the intensity of negative emotions and creates space for emotional release. Perspective facilitates a more balanced response rather than reactive judgment. Commit to releasing resentment consciously. Affirm a decision to let go of lingering anger and emotional attachment to past grievances. Framing forgiveness as an intentional choice emphasizes personal agency and reinforces the understanding that peace is attained through deliberate action rather than external resolution. Use mindfulness to process lingering emotions. Observe thoughts, feelings, and physical sensations associated with the offense without judgment. Notice the impulse to ruminate or react and redirect attention to acceptance and emotional release. Mindfulness supports detachment from habitual negative thought patterns and strengthens the capacity to respond with calm awareness. Write letters of forgiveness as a practical exercise. Express feelings, articulate the impact of actions, and communicate the decision to forgive, even if the letter is never sent. Writing provides clarity, organizes thoughts, and externalizes internal processing. This act reinforces intentional release and solidifies commitment to forgiveness. Practice self-forgiveness as an equally important aspect. Acknowledge personal mistakes, misjudgments, or failures without harsh judgment. Understand that errors are part of growth and learning. Self-compassion enables acceptance of past actions, reduces guilt, and strengthens the ability to move forward with clarity and confidence. Visualize emotional release to reinforce the forgiveness process. Imagine letting go of anger, resentment, or grudges, feeling the tension dissolve, and creating space for peace and clarity. Visualization strengthens neural pathways associated with calm, enhances emotional regulation, and reinforces the internalization of forgiveness as a habitual response. Develop daily habits that support forgiveness. Incorporate moments of reflection, gratitude, or meditation focused on releasing negativity. Repetition reinforces the practice, making forgiveness a natural and consistent aspect of emotional life, rather than a reactive or occasional effort. Regular attention strengthens resilience and prevents accumulation of resentment. Evaluate the impact of forgiveness on personal well-being. Notice reductions in stress, improved emotional clarity, and increased mental energy available for growth and positive pursuits. Observing benefits reinforces commitment to continued practice and demonstrates the practical value of releasing resentment in real-world contexts. Set boundaries to support forgiveness without enabling harm. Forgiveness does not require tolerating repeated destructive behavior. Protect personal well-being while releasing negative emotions by maintaining clear limits, ensuring that emotional liberation does not compromise safety, dignity, or self-respect. Communicate forgiveness when appropriate. Verbalizing forgiveness to others can clarify intentions, resolve misunderstandings, and reinforce commitment to emotional release. Even when direct communication is not possible, internal acknowledgement solidifies personal agency and fosters internal peace. Recognize that forgiveness is a process, not an event. Emotions may resurface over time, requiring renewed attention and intentional practice. Accept that healing is gradual, and commitment to release must be maintained consistently to achieve long-lasting emotional freedom. Patience and persistence are essential. Link forgiveness to personal empowerment. Choosing to release resentment demonstrates control over emotional life and prevents external circumstances from dictating internal peace. This sense of empowerment reinforces confidence, strengthens resilience, and enhances decision-making in future challenges. Engage in reflection on lessons learned from grievances. Identify insights, growth opportunities, or increased awareness gained from experiences that caused resentment. Recognizing value in adversity supports emotional transformation and reinforces the constructive potential of forgiveness. Reinforce forgiveness through positive actions. Engage in acts of kindness, cooperation, or service that counterbalance past negative experiences. Constructive behavior strengthens emotional growth, demonstrates intentionality, and reduces the cognitive focus on grievance. Monitor emotional patterns. To prevent accumulation of new resentment, use awareness to identify early signs of frustration, anger, or bitterness in daily life. Early intervention allows proactive application of forgiveness strategies, preventing minor issues from escalating into significant emotional burdens. Celebrate progress in practicing forgiveness. Recognize instances of releasing resentment, reducing anger, or approaching situations with calm understanding. Positive reinforcement strengthens commitment, builds confidence in the ability to maintain emotional composure, and encourages ongoing development of peaceful responses. Forgiveness strengthens relationships and social interactions. Releasing resentment improves communication, trust, and empathy, creating a foundation for healthier, more constructive connections. Emotional clarity resulting from forgiveness supports collaboration, reduces conflict, and enhances the quality of personal and professional engagements. Integrate forgiveness into a broader practice of emotional mastery. Combine awareness, reflection, mindfulness, and intentional action to create a consistent approach to releasing negativity. Regular engagement strengthens resilience, fosters mental clarity, and supports long-term emotional stability. Recognize that forgiveness ultimately benefits the individual practicing it. Emotional liberation, reduced stress, and enhanced focus on growth are personal rewards independent of external acknowledgement or reconciliation. Prioritizing internal peace reinforces autonomy and emphasizes self-directed well-being. Forgiveness transforms the emotional landscape by converting past pain into opportunity for growth and serenity. Through conscious practice, mindfulness, and deliberate release, resentment diminishes, mental clarity improves, and peace becomes a consistent state. This ongoing commitment enhances resilience, strengthens relationships, and empowers individuals to navigate life with composure, understanding, and emotional balance. Chapter 17. Focus on solutions rather than problems to stay proactive. Focusing on solutions rather than problems is a fundamental skill for maintaining control, reducing stress, and achieving meaningful results. Dwelling on problems alone consumes energy, fosters frustration, and creates a sense of helplessness. Shifting attention toward actionable solutions empowers individuals to take control of circumstances, make deliberate decisions, and foster progress even in challenging situations. Proactive thinking transforms obstacles into opportunities for growth and allows consistent forward momentum in both personal and professional life. The first step in focusing on solutions is acknowledging the problem clearly without exaggeration or avoidance. Define the issue in objective terms, understanding the facts without letting emotions distort perception. Clarity about what exactly needs to be addressed prevents wasted energy on irrelevant concerns and lays the groundwork for actionable strategies. Break the problem into smaller, manageable components. Large or complex challenges can feel overwhelming, increasing the likelihood of procrastination or negative emotional responses. Segmenting the issue allows for systematic analysis, prioritization, and the identification of areas where intervention will have the greatest impact. Small, deliberate steps maintain momentum and foster confidence. Shift perspective from blame to responsibility. Problems often trigger tendencies to assign fault externally or internally, which diverts focus from actionable steps. Recognizing areas within one's control clarifies where effort can produce meaningful change. This sense of ownership empowers individuals to act decisively rather than remain passive or resentful. Generate multiple potential solutions. Brainstorming various approaches increases flexibility, enhances creativity, and prevents fixation on a single, potentially ineffective option. Consider immediate actions, long-term strategies, and alternative paths to address the issue comprehensively. Recording these possibilities provides a roadmap for practical execution. Evaluate potential outcomes of each solution. Consider feasibility, resources required, and potential consequences. Weighing options objectively allows for strategic prioritization and selection of approaches most likely to produce effective results. Assessment ensures that actions are purposeful rather than reactive or haphazard. Develop an action plan with specific, measurable steps. Clearly define what must be done, who is responsible if collaboration is required, and timelines for completion. Structure and clarity reduce uncertainty, enhance accountability, and maintain focus on solutions rather than distractions created by the problem itself. Practice immediate action where possible. Acting promptly on feasible solutions reinforces confidence, reduces anxiety, and demonstrates commitment to resolving challenges. Even small steps taken consistently create momentum that leads to larger accomplishments over time. Proactivity minimizes the psychological weight of the problem. Maintain flexibility to adjust strategies as necessary. Problems often evolve and initial solutions may require modification. Being open to learning from outcomes, observing results, and adapting approaches ensures continued progress. Flexibility prevents stagnation and encourages resilience in the face of shifting circumstances. Focus attention on controllable elements. Distinguish between factors that can be influenced and those beyond control. Direct energy toward actionable areas, while accepting limitations where intervention is not possible. This approach preserves emotional stability, reduces frustration, and increases efficiency in problem solving. Use reflection to identify patterns and lessons. After implementing solutions, evaluate effectiveness and outcomes. Analyze what worked, what could improve, and how similar challenges might be addressed in the future. Reflection converts problem-solving experiences into ongoing personal and professional growth. Develop a habit of proactive thinking. Train the mind to anticipate potential challenges and prepare solutions in advance. Predicting obstacles, creating contingency plans, and considering multiple scenarios reduces reactive stress and increases confidence when difficulties arise. Proactivity strengthens decision-making and resilience. Engage problem-solving collaboratively when appropriate. Seeking perspectives from trusted individuals can reveal blind spots, generate additional solutions, and provide support. Collaboration encourages constructive dialogue, shared responsibility, and diverse approaches, enhancing the likelihood of effective resolution. Apply a mindset of curiosity and learning to challenges, viewing problems as opportunities to gain insight and develop skills, reduces fear, frustration, and resistance. Curiosity shifts attention from emotional reactions to analytical observation, creating a constructive approach that uncovers actionable solutions. Use visualization to anticipate successful outcomes. Mentally rehearse implementing solutions and achieving desired results. Visualization reinforces confidence, strengthens focus, and prepares the mind for proactive engagement. Anticipating success makes the process of executing solutions more structured and intentional. Prioritize solutions based on impact and urgency. Addressing critical aspects first ensures that energy is used effectively and that momentum is built through visible progress. Effective prioritization maintains focus, reduces overwhelm, and fosters a sense of accomplishment that reinforces proactive behavior. Avoid excessive rumination on obstacles. Prolonged focus on problems reinforces stress, magnifies negative emotions, and diminishes productivity. Limit time spent analyzing difficulties without action and redirect energy toward identifying and implementing solutions. Action-focused thinking produces tangible results and emotional clarity. Strengthen emotional regulation during problem solving. High-stress situations often provoke impulsive reactions, fear or frustration that interfere with effective decision-making. Techniques such as controlled breathing, mindfulness, or brief reflection periods help maintain composure, allowing solution-focused thinking to guide behavior. Track progress and celebrate milestones. Monitoring incremental achievements reinforces commitment, validates effort, and encourages persistence. Recognizing successful implementation of solutions, no matter how small, strengthens confidence and fosters continued proactive engagement. Integrate problem-solving into daily habits. Regularly practice addressing challenges promptly, reflecting on outcomes, and adjusting strategies. Embedding solution-focused approaches in routine activities reinforces the mindset, making it natural to respond to difficulties with constructive action rather than dwelling on problems. Develop resilience through repeated engagement with challenges, encountering obstacles, experimenting with solutions, and adapting approaches builds strength, confidence, and skill. Each experience reinforces the ability to stay proactive, approach future challenges effectively, and maintain emotional stability under pressure. Maintain focus on goals while addressing problems. Solutions should align with broader objectives rather than creating distractions or addressing symptoms alone. Goal-oriented problem-solving ensures that actions contribute to meaningful outcomes, preserves energy for high-priority areas, and reinforces a proactive, growth-oriented mindset. Focusing on solutions rather than problems fundamentally transforms how challenges are approached. By acknowledging issues, generating options, taking deliberate action, and reflecting on outcomes, individuals cultivate control, resilience, and sustained progress. Proactive engagement shifts energy from frustration to empowerment, enabling consistent achievement, emotional balance, and meaningful personal and professional growth. Chapter 18. Use visualization to reinforce positive emotional outcomes daily. Visualization is a deliberate practice that strengthens mental focus, enhances emotional resilience, and directs energy toward achieving desired outcomes. By creating vivid mental images of positive experiences, individuals can train the mind to respond with confidence, clarity, and calm in real situations. This practice connects intention with action, helping to shape responses, behaviors, and emotional states in alignment with personal goals. Daily visualization reinforces positive neural pathways, making constructive emotional responses habitual rather than reactive. The first step in using visualization is to clearly define the desired emotional outcome. Specify the feelings, attitudes, and mental states that are intended, such as calmness, confidence, patience, or joy. Clarity in intention ensures that mental images are precise and effective, providing a strong foundation for consistent practice. Create detailed mental images associated with these emotions. Incorporate sensory elements, including sights, sounds, smells, and tactile sensations. The richer and more realistic the imagery, the more powerful the emotional reinforcement. Engaging multiple senses enhances neural activation and strengthens the mind-body connection, making the visualized experience feel authentic and attainable. Incorporate emotional intensity into visualization. Imagine experiencing the desired feelings fully, noticing how they influence thoughts, behavior, and physiological responses. Experiencing the emotion as though it is real reinforces belief in the possibility of achieving it and primes the brain to respond accordingly in actual situations. Use visualization at consistent times each day. Establishing a routine such as morning preparation, midday reflection, or evening reflection ensures regular practice and reinforces neural conditioning. Frequent engagement allows the brain to integrate positive emotional patterns more effectively, making responses more automatic under stress or challenge. Combine visualization with affirmations to enhance effectiveness. Pair mental images with positive statements that reinforce intention and belief, such as, "I remain calm and focused in every situation," or "I respond with patience and clarity." The combination of imagery and verbal reinforcement strengthens mental pathways and aligns conscious thought with emotional goals. Focus on the process, not just outcomes. Visualize the steps required to achieve the emotional state, including responses to triggers, interactions with others, and personal choices. Emphasizing process creates preparedness and adaptability, ensuring that the mind is ready to navigate challenges with composure and constructive action. Apply visualization to past experiences to modify emotional responses. Mentally rehearse challenging scenarios, imagining responding with confidence, calmness, and clarity. This retroactive application allows reprogramming of habitual reactions, creating a sense of mastery over previously stressful situations and reinforcing the capability to handle similar events in the future. Use visualization proactively for anticipated events. Before meetings, conversations, or personal challenges, mentally simulate desired emotional responses. Preparing in advance reduces anxiety, enhances composure, and increases the likelihood of performing optimally under pressure. Anticipatory visualization transforms uncertainty into preparedness. Incorporate movement or posture to enhance mental imagery. Standing, gesturing, or adopting a confident posture while visualizing engages the body in the mental exercise, reinforcing the connection between mind and physical expression. Physical alignment strengthens emotional conviction and embeds the practice more deeply in daily behavior. Combine visualization with breathing techniques. Synchronize imagery with slow, controlled breaths to deepen focus, anchor attention, and reinforce calm. Breathing enhances neural engagement, stabilizes physiological responses, and improves the effectiveness of the visualization exercise. Track progress to measure the impact of visualization. Observe changes in emotional responses, confidence levels, and stress management over time. Noting improvements reinforces commitment, provides motivation, and highlights areas for further refinement. Regular evaluation ensures that visualization remains a dynamic and practical tool for emotional mastery. Visualize not only personal emotions but also constructive interactions with others. Imagine responding with empathy, understanding, and composure during interpersonal challenges. Practicing relational visualization enhances social intelligence, strengthens relationships, and fosters consistent positive engagement in daily life. Address potential obstacles through mental rehearsal. Include scenarios that typically provoke stress, anger, or fear, and visualize responding with constructive strategies. Preparing for challenges in the mind reduces surprise, strengthens confidence, and ensures controlled, solution-focused responses when real situations arise. Reinforce positive self-perception through visualization. Imagine embodying desired traits, behaviors, and emotional patterns consistently. Seeing oneself as capable, composed, and resilient, strengthens belief in personal effectiveness and encourages alignment of actions with these internalized qualities. Integrate visualization with journaling. Record mental images, emotional intentions, and insights gained from practice. Writing reinforces cognitive engagement, tracks development over time, and provides a reference for refining the technique. Reflection deepens understanding and enhances practical application of visualization in daily life. Engage repetition to solidify the practice. Regularly visualizing outcomes strengthens neural circuits associated with desired emotional responses. Repetition turns conscious effort into habitual response, enabling automatic constructive reactions under pressure. Consistency is critical to embedding positive emotional patterns. Use visualization to enhance motivation and focus. Mentally rehearsing success and positive outcomes increases determination, reduces procrastination, and aligns effort with intended goals. Visualization creates a mental framework for persistence and reinforces proactive behavior toward achievement. Pair visualization with gratitude practices. Imagine achieving emotional mastery and acknowledge the progress made. This combination reinforces positive emotion, deepens satisfaction, and strengthens commitment to continued practice. Gratitude amplifies the emotional impact of visualization and fosters resilience. Apply visualization in real time during moments of stress. Pause briefly, recreate the desired emotional state mentally, and implement the calm, confident response. Real-time application strengthens the connection between imagined and actual behavior, making visualization an effective tool for immediate emotional regulation. Teach visualization as a tool for continuous emotional development. Encourage regular practice, incremental refinement, and adaptation to evolving challenges. Emphasize that visualization is not passive daydreaming, but a disciplined, structured approach to mastering emotional states and achieving consistent positive outcomes. Visualization daily transforms mental energy into constructive emotional patterns. Through intentional imagery, sensory engagement, and rehearsal of desired responses, individuals strengthen resilience, improve decision-making, and maintain composure under pressure. This consistent practice builds confidence, fosters emotional stability, and supports lasting personal growth and mastery of emotions. Chapter 19. Strengthen empathy to improve understanding of others' emotions. Empathy is the ability to understand and connect with the emotions of others, forming the foundation for meaningful relationships, effective communication, and emotional intelligence. Strengthening empathy allows individuals to respond with compassion, build trust, and navigate social interactions with insight and sensitivity. Developing this skill requires deliberate attention, consistent practice, and the willingness to observe, listen, and engage with others authentically. Empathy is not passive. It is an active process that transforms both personal and professional interactions. The first step in strengthening empathy is active listening. Fully concentrate on what others are saying, without interrupting, judging, or planning responses while they speak. Focus on understanding both the content of their words and the emotions underlying them. Active listening demonstrates respect, validates experiences, and provides insight into the speaker's perspective. Observe nonverbal cues carefully. Facial expressions, tone of voice, body language, and gestures communicate emotions often more clearly than words. Paying attention to these cues helps identify underlying feelings, recognize unspoken concerns, and respond appropriately. Sensory awareness enhances emotional perception and builds a more complete understanding of others. Suspend judgment to create space for understanding. Avoid forming opinions, assumptions, or criticisms while engaging with someone else's experience. Judgment interferes with genuine connection and diminishes the capacity to empathize. Neutral observation allows individuals to see situations from another person's perspective without filtering through personal biases. Ask thoughtful questions to deepen comprehension. Inquire about feelings, experiences, and motivations to clarify understanding. Open-ended questions encourage others to share more fully and provide opportunities to grasp nuances in emotion and perspective. Engaging with curiosity fosters authentic connection and strengthens relational awareness. Reflect on the emotions expressed by others. Mentally summarize what is shared and identify the underlying emotional states. Reflective practice helps internalize the perspective of others and guides appropriate emotional responses. This process also improves memory retention of interactions, facilitating ongoing empathy. Practice perspective taking actively. Imagine being in another person's situation, experiencing their challenges, fears, or joys. Consider environmental, social, and personal factors influencing their feelings. Perspective taking enhances sensitivity, reduces misunderstanding, and allows responses that align with others' emotional states. Respond with validation. Acknowledge and affirm the feelings and experiences of others, demonstrating that their emotions are understood and respected. Validation does not require agreement, but conveys recognition, support, and attentiveness. Validating responses foster trust and encourage openness in communication. Manage personal emotions during empathetic engagement. Avoid being overwhelmed by others' feelings or projecting personal experiences onto the situation. Emotional regulation allows clear observation, rational interpretation, and measured response. Maintaining composure ensures empathy remains constructive rather than reactive or draining. Practice empathy in diverse contexts. Engage with people from different backgrounds, perspectives, and experiences to broaden understanding. Exposure to varied viewpoints strengthens adaptability, reduces bias, and enhances the ability to relate across social, cultural, and professional differences. Use storytelling to strengthen emotional insight. Listening to or reading accounts of others' experiences can reveal complex emotions, challenges, and coping strategies. Stories provide context and encourage identification with experiences beyond one's immediate environment, deepening the capacity for empathy. Recognize emotional triggers in interactions. Observe situations that provoke strong emotional responses in oneself and others. Awareness of triggers allows for mindful engagement, reducing reactive behavior and creating opportunities to respond with understanding and care. Integrate empathy with action. Translate understanding into supportive behaviors, helpful interventions, or considerate responses. Empathy is most effective when it informs concrete action, demonstrating care and reinforcing relational bonds. Intentional behavior solidifies the connection between insight and impact. Develop reflective habits to monitor empathetic growth. After interactions, review the emotional dynamics observed, the responses given, and areas for improvement. Reflective practice strengthens self-awareness, enhances learning from experiences, and continuously improves the ability to connect with others emotionally. Strengthen patience as a component of empathy. Emotional understanding often requires time to fully grasp the complexity of someone else's experience. Allowing patience prevents rushed judgments, promotes deeper listening, and encourages thoughtful, supportive engagement. Cultivate curiosity about others' experiences. Approach conversations with genuine interest in understanding perspectives different from one's own. Curiosity motivates active engagement, reduces assumptions, and encourages openness to learning about feelings, challenges, and motivations. Practice empathy with written communication. Carefully consider tone, word choice, and context in emails, messages, or social media interactions. Written empathy ensures clarity, reduces misinterpretation, and conveys understanding even when face-to-face interaction is not possible. Encourage reciprocal empathy in relationships. Model understanding and sensitivity to inspire similar behaviors in others. Reciprocal empathy enhances collaboration, reduces conflict, and builds emotionally intelligent environments in personal, social, and professional contexts. Recognize the limits of empathy and maintain boundaries. Understanding others' emotions does not require over-identifying or sacrificing personal well-being. Clear boundaries preserve emotional energy, prevent burnout, and ensure empathy remains sustainable and effective over time. Integrate empathy with problem solving. Understanding the feelings, concerns, and motivations of others allows solutions to be crafted in ways that are considerate, effective, and acceptable to all parties. Empathy-informed problem solving strengthens collaboration and produces mutually beneficial outcomes. Celebrate the impact of empathetic engagement. Observe improvements in relationships, communication, and conflict resolution that result from consistent practice. Recognition of progress reinforces commitment, motivates continued growth, and demonstrates the tangible value of emotional understanding. Strengthening empathy is a lifelong practice that transforms social interactions, enhances emotional intelligence, and cultivates meaningful connections. Through active listening, reflection, perspective-taking, and deliberate action, individuals develop the ability to comprehend, respect, and respond to the emotions of others. Empathy empowers people to navigate complex social landscapes, foster trust, and maintain relational harmony while promoting personal growth and emotional mastery. Chapter 20. Commit to continuous emotional growth through consistent reflection. Continuous emotional growth is an intentional practice that allows individuals to deepen self-awareness, enhance resilience, and consistently improve how they navigate feelings, relationships, and life challenges. Growth does not happen by chance. It requires disciplined attention to emotional experiences, deliberate reflection on behavior and thought patterns, and a willingness to adapt. Committing to this process ensures that emotional mastery becomes a dynamic and evolving skill, rather than a static state. The first step toward continuous emotional growth is creating a habit of consistent self-reflection. Allocate time each day to review emotions experienced, reactions made, and decisions taken. Ask yourself what triggered specific feelings, how you responded, and whether your response aligned with your intentions. Reflection provides clarity, highlights patterns, and uncovers opportunities for improvement. Maintain an honest and non-judgmental perspective during reflection. Avoid blaming yourself excessively or excusing unhelpful behaviors, but strive for objective awareness of actions and emotions. Balanced self-examination promotes learning rather than guilt, fostering a constructive approach to growth. Track emotional patterns over time. Keeping a journal of daily experiences, responses, and feelings allows identification of recurring triggers, habits, and tendencies. Recognizing these patterns provides insight into how emotions influence behavior, which in turn enables strategic adjustment of responses to achieve better outcomes. Identify lessons from emotional experiences. Every encounter, challenge, or conflict presents an opportunity to understand oneself and others more deeply. Consider what insights can be drawn from success, frustration, or disappointment. Embracing lessons reinforces the value of reflection as a tool for ongoing development. Set clear goals for emotional improvement. Define specific areas to enhance, such as patience, empathy, self-control, or stress management. Goals provide direction for reflection, help measure progress, and ensure that efforts are focused and intentional rather than sporadic. Practice mindfulness as part of the reflection process. Observe thoughts and feelings in real time without judgment, allowing a clear understanding of emotional responses. Mindfulness strengthens awareness of subtle cues, reduces impulsive reactions, and cultivates the ability to respond thoughtfully in future situations. Evaluate interpersonal interactions critically. Reflect on communication, tone, and relational impact, considering whether interactions fostered understanding, connection, or unnecessary conflict. Use this evaluation to identify patterns in relationships and opportunities to improve both empathy and emotional regulation. Solicit feedback from trusted individuals. External perspectives can reveal blind spots and provide insights into behavior and emotional impact that might not be apparent internally. Feedback complements self-reflection and contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of personal growth areas. Use reflection to recognize achievements and progress. Celebrating improvements, even small ones, reinforces motivation, builds confidence, and highlights the effectiveness of intentional emotional development. Acknowledging growth strengthens commitment to continuous practice. Integrate reflection with goal adjustment. Based on insights gained, refine strategies, revise objectives, and create actionable steps for further development. Adaptation ensures that growth remains dynamic, responsive, and aligned with evolving personal and relational needs. Examine emotional responses under stress. Reflect on how pressure, conflict, or challenges affect feelings and behavior, identifying areas where reactions may be disproportionate or counterproductive. Provides opportunities to implement strategies for emotional control and resilience in future high-pressure scenarios. Develop strategies to reinforce positive emotional patterns. Recognize moments of composure, empathy, or constructive behavior, and analyze what factors contributed to these responses. Replicating these conditions strengthens habits and promotes consistent application of effective emotional strategies. Reflect on setbacks as opportunities for growth. When emotional responses fall short of intentions, analyze contributing factors without self-criticism. View setbacks as learning experiences that provide insight into triggers, habits, and thought processes, enabling more deliberate action in the future. Create a structured reflection routine. Set aside consistent time daily or weekly for thoughtful evaluation of emotional experiences. Structured practice ensures that reflection is prioritized, systematic, and sustained rather than occasional or reactive. Combine reflection with planning. After understanding emotional experiences, develop strategies to apply lessons in practical situations. Planning reinforces the connection between insight and action, ensuring reflection translates into improved responses and behaviors. Examine the relationship between thoughts and emotions. Reflect on how beliefs, expectations, and assumptions influence feelings and reactions. Identifying and challenging unhelpful thought patterns supports emotional balance and promotes more constructive responses in future interactions. Focus on developing self-awareness during reflection. Notice recurring emotional tendencies, triggers, and strengths. Self-awareness allows for intentional management of responses, builds emotional intelligence, and facilitates consistent personal growth. Use reflection to cultivate resilience. Consider how past challenges were navigated, which coping strategies were effective, and where adaptation is needed. Learning from experience strengthens the ability to endure stress, recover from adversity, and respond with calm and clarity. Encourage reflective dialogue with others. Share insights, discuss experiences, and exchange perspectives with trusted individuals. Collaborative reflection enhances understanding, provides accountability, and broadens awareness of alternative strategies for emotional growth. Commit to continuous practice over time. Emotional growth is an ongoing process that requires dedication, patience, and persistence. Regular reflection, consistent evaluation, and deliberate application of insights create a sustainable path toward mastery of emotions, greater self-control, and enhanced quality of life. Continuous reflection strengthens the foundation for emotional intelligence, self-mastery, and meaningful personal development. By committing to disciplined evaluation, learning from experiences, and applying insights intentionally, individuals cultivate resilience, improve relationships, and navigate life with clarity, balance, and consistent emotional growth. This deliberate practice transforms emotional life into a source of strength, guidance, and empowerment that supports long-term success and fulfillment.